Welcome to the HTML and CSS full course, your complete guide to building the foundation of modern web development. In this course, you will start by learning HTML to structure web content and CSS to style and layout your pages. You will create responsive, visually appealing websites and gain the skills to build user-friendly interfaces from scratch. So whether you're just starting your web development journey or looking to strengthen your front-end skills, this course will help you confidently create and style websites. So before we begin, please like, share and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest content from Edureka. Also, check out Edureka's full stack developer course that equips you to build both the front-end and back-end of web applications using technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript and popular server-side frameworks. And through hands-on projects, you will gain the practical skills needed to become a highly sought-after full-stack web developer. So check out the course link given in the description box below. Now, let's get started with our first topic, that is, what is HTML?
So when it comes to front-end development, three technologies work together to build a website: HTML, CSS and JavaScript. HTML is the backbone. It provides the structure and content of the web page like headings, paragraphs, images and links. CSS brings style to the page. It controls the presentation, including colors, fonts, spacings and layout, making everything look visually appealing. JavaScript adds life to the web page. It's responsible for the behavior like handling button clicks, animations and form validations, making a site very interactive. So together, these three create a seamless user experience. Without HTML, there will be no content. Without CSS, it's just a plain text, and without JavaScript, it's static and non-interactive. That's why all three are essential for front-end development. So now let's have a look at the basic structure of HTML. The first thing here to keep in mind is that whatever you are going to write in your HTML page, it will always be included between these two tags, which are HTML opening and the HTML closing tag. Next one is the head tag. So inside the head tag, we place all the information that is for the browser, not for the user. Next, inside the head tag, there comes the title tag. So title tag is basically used to give the title to the document. So outside the head tags comes the body tag. The body tag includes all the things that will be visible on the web page. Everything from images to buttons to links and form tables, etc. Everything will be included inside the body tag. So the most important tag that is included in the body tag is heading tag. Every web page needs a heading because heading is what makes your website visible. And then comes the paragraph tag. If you want to add any paragraph to your web page, you can write it under the paragraph tag. So now this is the basic structure of HTML document. So now we will move to our VS Code and there we will start learning HTML practically. So now we are on our VS Code and let's start HTML coding. So the first step is to open a folder inside your VS Code. For that you will just click on Files. Here you will click on Open Folders and you can create a new folder or you can open the existing one. I have created one new folder, that is HTML tutorial. I'll just select this folder and I have opened this folder in my VS Code. So after opening this folder, what we are going to do is we are going to add some extension in our VS Code. So the first extension that you need to add is Live Server. So this will help you to run your HTML code. So here you will see an install option. You just have to install that into your VS Code. After that, you will get this sign in your VS Code. After that, you can include one more extension, that is Auto Close tag. So while you are working with HTML, you have to deal with a lot of opening and closing tags. So there will be some time when you will be forgetting to close the tag and that will be throwing an error. So for making that easy, you can just add this extension in your VS Code, that is Auto Close tag. And there is one more extension that says HTML boilerplate. So this is the extension of HTML boilerplate that you can add into your VS Code. So this will help you to generate the basic structure of HTML, that is the boilerplate code. These are the basic extensions that you need to add in your VS Code. So after this, let us start by creating one file. So as we know, we have added one extension, that is HTML boilerplate. So for using that extension, what you are going to do is you are going to click Ctrl+Shift+P. So after doing Ctrl+Shift+P, you will get the option here that will be the name of the extension that you have added. You will just click on Create the Boilerplate. So after clicking on Create the Boilerplate, you will just see the three files that has been created here. The HTML file, the JS file and the CSS file. So one thing to notice here is whenever you are going to make an HTML document, whenever you are going to write an HTML code, you will always include that code inside the .html file. Whenever you are working with JavaScript, you will always include that JavaScript code in .js, and when you are working with CSS, you will always write the code inside .css file. So these are the extensions for HTML, CSS and JavaScript file. So we are not going to work with JS and CSS today, we are going to focus on HTML. So we will just click on HTML, and here is the boilerplate code, here is the basic structure of HTML document. Now let us just understand this. So for now, you are not just going to deal with these meta tags, so we'll just remove those. And now this is the basic skeleton of our HTML. So the first line that here you can see is doc type HTML. So basically we mentioned doc type HTML to tell the browser what is the type of the document that we are working on. So basically this document type will be HTML. Now here is the next line which shows the language of the HTML document. Here EN stands for English. You can see here is the HTML opening tag and this is the HTML closing tag. And inside the HTML opening and closing tag, we are going to mention all of the content which we want to see on our web page. So the next tag is the head tag. So inside the head tag, we have included the title tag. So title tag basically represents the title of the document. Here we can change this title. Let's say HTML tutorial. So I want this to be the title of my document, so I have changed it. And after the head tag, we have this body tag. So inside the body tag, we are going to mention all of the web content that we want to be present on our website or the web page that we are going to create. So that's it. We will just do Ctrl+S to save this file and we will just click on Go Live. So after clicking on Go Live, this is the empty web page. We have not included anything inside the body section, so this page is empty. But you can see the name of the document which says HTML tutorial. The file that we are working on is index.html here and the document name is HTML tutorial. Now the first basic thing that we are going to do is we are going to see how the body tag works. So we are just going to include the p tag here and I'll just write hello world. So after this we'll just save this. We'll move to our document, refresh it. So here you can see the hello world has been printed on the screen. So that means whatever you are going to mention inside the body tag will be visible on the web page. So that's it about the paragraph tag. Now we know about the basic structure of the HTML. Now what we are going to do is we are going to start with the tags. For now we will just comment out. So one more thing to learn in HTML is while you are starting with the HTML, you should know how to comment out your code. So for commenting out, what we are going to do is we are going to just select this. And after that you need to press Ctrl and /. So after pressing Ctrl and /, this line will be commented out. And to uncomment, again we are going to press the Ctrl and the /. So this is how you comment out your code inside the HTML. So now we are done with the basic structure of HTML. We know what is the purpose of document type, the HTML tag, the head tag, the body tag and everything. So now let's move on to the basic tags that are heading tags and paragraph tags, let's say bold, italic, underline, list and everything we will cover one by one. So after removing the paragraph tag, first of all we are going to work with the heading tags. So one thing to know about the heading tag is heading tag goes from H1 to H6. Now we will just mention here H1, right? So we will just write here this is my document, right? So this is heading tag. So H1 stands for heading tag. Likewise, we'll just copy this and we will just paste it. We will just paste it 6 times. To know the difference between H1, H2, H3, H4 and H5. So we will just mention here. So that's it. I have created these 6 heading tags from H1 to H6. We will just save this and we will just look at the file. So here you can see 6 times this is my document has been printed and here is the H1 and here is the H6. So H6 being the highest and H1 being the lowest. So this is how you provide heading to your web document H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. So that's it about the heading tags, and after the heading tag comes the paragraph tag. So paragraph tag we have already seen. Inside the paragraph tag you can write anything. let's say you want to write. So this is what I have written inside the paragraph tag. I'll just save this and we will again look at the output. So here the paragraph has been added. So that's it. This is the use of the paragraph tag. And after paragraph tag comes the break tag or horizontal line tag, right? So before moving to the break tag or horizontal line tag, we are just going to add one more paragraph. So this paragraph will say, this is the long paragraph that I have given. I'll just save this and we'll look at the output. So this is the paragraph that I have added. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and it is used to structure the web pages. So that's it about the paragraph tag. So the next thing that we are going to learn in HTML is about list. So first of all, we are going to provide one heading using h3. We'll just write here example of list. So now we are going to understand about the list. So in HTML, we have three different types of list. The first one is ordered list, the second one is unordered list, and the third one is description list. So these are three types of list in the HTML. First of all, we will start with unordered list. So here we will give one more title, let's say using h3. We will just write, we have just given heading as unordered list example. So to create an unordered list, what you are going to do is you are going to use an UL tag. So inside the UL tag, you are going to mention the list items, whatever you are going to provide in the list. So to mention the list item, the tag that we are going to use is li, that means list item tags. Let's say I want to mention milk. So the next item that I want to mention is bread. So the next item I want to mention is, let's say, butter. And next I will mention cheese. Next I will mention chicken. And let us add one more item that will be mango. So we will save this document and we will just create one more list that will be ordered list. So first of all, we will provide one heading using h3 and we will just write ordered list example. So inside the ordered list example, we are going to mention the ordered list, and to create an ordered list, you will use the OL tag that stands for ordered list. So now again inside the ordered list, what we are going to add is list items. We are just going to copy this and we are just going to paste it. We will just change the list item names. Let's say boil water. Again, we are just going to add tea to the water. Then let's say we are going to mention boil milk. So that's it. This is how you can create the ordered list and an unordered list. Last thing that we are going to mention is pour into cup and enjoy. We are just going to remove this. So basically, to create an ordered list and unordered list, you will just have to use two different tags that are UL and OL. And for mentioning the list item, it is same tag, that is li. And now that we are done with the two lists, that is ordered list and unordered list, the third list is description list. So again, we are just going to write the heading. The heading says description list example. So after this, inside the description list, first tag that we are going to mention is DL. So in order to create a description list, you need to mention the DL tag. After that, we will mention the DT tag. So inside the DT tag, what we are going to write is HTML. After running the code of ordered, unordered and description list, you will be able to see the difference and you will understand why there are three types of list. So inside the DT tag, what we are going to mention is Hypertext Markup Language. Again, one more we will create that will say CSS and its description will be cascading style sheets. Okay, let's create one more for JavaScript. So for JavaScript, again we will mention DT and it will say JavaScript, and then description will be programming language. That's it. We have created all three lists, and here we will just cut this and we will just paste it here. So this description list is starting here and it is ending here. So you have to keep this thing in mind, that where you are starting the tag and where you are closing the tag. Okay, so that's it. We will just save this document and we will just look at the list that we have created. So first of all, this is the unordered list example. Here you can see the difference, that the pointers that we are getting, these are the bullet pointers. So we are getting this. We are not getting 1, 2, 3, 4 and all. So this is why we call it unordered list. And in ordered list, we will always get a numeric number. It will be the counting from 1 to how much ever items you have added. So this is the difference between ordered and unordered list. While in the description list, what you are getting is there is the HTML and it is the description of that HTML, which is hypertext markup language. Then we have added three things and its description. So most of the time we use ordered list and unordered list. So this is why so many people will just only teach the ordered list and unordered list and they will just ignore the description list. But in reality, there are three types of list in HTML and these are unordered, ordered and description list. So that's it about the list in HTML. Now what we will do is now we will move on to the links in HTML. So now before moving on to the list, what we are going to do, we are going to see some small tags. So let us see the break tag first. So break tag will basically, like, we have this very long paragraph in our web page, but I want this paragraph to come in 2 lines. So what will I do is I'll just remove this and here and I'll just write BR tag. So break tag is a tag in HTML which does not have a closing tag. So you can just write this break tag and you don't have to mention any closing tag for the break tag and it will break the line from the between. So after that comes the one more tag, that is horizontal rule tag. So let's say here I have mentioned the HR. The HR tag will create one horizontal line between these two paragraphs. So after that, one more tag that is missing is italic tag. Let's say I want to make this milk italic. So here I'll just copy this and paste this. So that's it. This will make this milk text as italic text. And one more tag we are missing is bold tag, or you can say strong tag. We will just write B and we will write the closing tag of B. So this will make this bread bold. Let's see, Control S, and here you can see the milk is converted into italic and the bread is bold here. So that's it. And one more thing we have added is horizontal rule. So here the horizontal line you can see between these two paragraphs. And the first thing that we mentioned is break tag. Here you can see this one paragraph has been broken into 2 lines. So this is the use of italic tag, bold tag, the break tag and the horizontal rule tag. So these are some basic tags in HTML. So now let us move on to the links in navigation part. So here what we are going to do, after this description list, we are going to give one H2 heading. Let's say links example. Okay. So inside this links example, we are going to mention one P tag. Let's say we will just write, you can use links to navigate. So that's it. We have given this paragraph. Now to mention link, we have to use this tag, which is A, and we call it as anchor tag. So inside this anchor tag, always the link is provided. So you will just open the anchor tag and inside the opening tag, we will just mention the href. That means what is the reference of the link here, right? So we will provide the reference of the link inside this tag. And I'll just quickly copy one link and I'll just paste this link here. So after this, what we are going to do is we are going to write this target blank. And now we are going to provide the text on which the link will be provided. So we will just write visit Edureka here. So now we will just save this file and we will look at the output. here you can see I have this text of visit Edureka and it is in blue, and we will just click on this and we are redirected to this Edureka page. So the thing is, what we have mentioned here is target blank. So basically the use of this target blank is that it will make the link open in the new tab. Let's say we will not mention this. What will happen then? The Edureka site will be opened on the same tab on which we are working. So if we'll mention the target blank, that will make the link open into the new tab. Here we can see that the Edureka's website is being opened in the new tab. This is the use of target blank. So this is how you provide link. And now let's move on to the next part, which is images. Now we will learn how to add images in the HTML document. So that's it. I have provided one heading here that says images. Now what we'll do is we will provide one paragraph here again. So what I have written here is images can be displayed using img tag. So that's it. Here I have provided this paragraph. Now what we are going to do is we are going to copy one image and we will mention that image in the img tag. So let me just copy one image quickly. So that's it. I have copied my one image, and now to add image I'll just use img tag and I'll just write img src. So basically we will give the source of the image inside this src and I'll just mention the link. So I have just mentioned the link of my image which I have copied from the web page. And with this image, what we are going to do is we are also going to mention one alt attribute. So what is the meaning of alt attribute? So basically in some cases, let's say the image is not able to load. So in that case, instead of that image, whatever I am going to mention inside the alt attribute, it will be displayed instead of the image. So let's say I'll just write Edureka. So inside the alt attribute, I have mentioned Edureka. Now I will close the image tag. Let it save. So here you can see the image has been displayed. I have used this Edureka image, and now let us see what is the use of this alt attribute. So what I'll do is I will just delete this. So I've just removed this link of the image, and again I'm going to save this, but I have not removed the alt attribute. So now let us look at the output. So as we know that I have provided Edureka as the alt attribute, so now image is not able to load because I have removed the link, and instead of that image I am able to say this Edureka tag here. So that's it. This is the use of alt attribute. Now what we are going to do is we are going to move on to the next topic, that is tables. So now what we are going to do is we are going to provide one more heading and we will just write table here. So again we will include one paragraph. Inside this we will write, I have given one paragraph that says table help to organize data in rows and columns. Now let us create one table quickly. So to create one table, the first tag that we are going to use is table tag. So inside the table tag, we are going to mention the tr tag that stands for table row. This will give the row to the table. And inside the tr tag, we are going to mention th, that stands for table header. So inside the table header, I'm going to write name, and we are going to create one more table header. So the second thing will be age, and then again one more header. So the next thing will be country, one more header. So the next thing will be occupation. So that's it. This is about the table header. Now table row, this we will close. Now again one more table row we are going to create. So again we are going to use the table row tag. Inside this we are going to mention the table data using the td tag. So let us write Nidija for one data. Then again we will write 21, and again we will write the country, that is India. One more thing, occupation, we will write actor. That's it. This is the one data that we have included. Now again one more data we are going to include. So we will just copy this and we are just going to paste it again. Let us remove the name. Let's say Alice here, and 22 USA, and let's keep it as software developer. Again, we are going to mention one more data. I have mentioned 3 data inside this table row. Let's say one more data we'll mention to make it look good. And we are just going to mention here as these are the table rows and table data and table header, heading, everything we have added inside the table. Now we are just going to save it by Ctrl S and let us look at the output of our table. So this is the output of our table. The table has been created here. You can see the table header, table row and the table data, everything here. The table has been created. So that's it. You can style this table using CSS further. When we will learn CSS, we will learn everything. Now that's it about the basic tags. We have covered the table, we have covered list, we have covered images, we have covered heading, we have covered paragraph. So now let us move on to the media elements of HTML. So we will just include one more heading and we will just write here media elements example. So after mentioning this, first example that we are going to take is audio example, and again we will write just one paragraph. So inside the paragraph tag we are mentioning HTML allows embedding audio files with, let's say we will just tell, so this we have added inside the paragraph that says, so audio can be added in the HTML document using this inline code tag. We have to use one audio tag to add the audio, but this code tag will allow audio to get added inside this HTML document in the inline way. So we just don't have to mention it in CSS or JavaScript, anything. We can just mention it in HTML document. So after this we are going to apply one tag that is audio control that will help to control the audios. So now inside this audio control tag we are going to mention the source. So currently I'm not going to embed any of the audio here because I have to download one audio. So you can just mention this tag and you can just give any source to this tag. You can just provide the source link here. So you can just add this code to your document. You can provide the source of your audio here. Now after providing the source of the audio, we have to do one more thing. We have to mention here the type of the audio. That means it will tell the browser what is the type. So let's say my audio will be MP3 type. So I'll just write here audio MPEG. So this will tell the browser that what is the type of the audio. Now after that, what we are going to do, just in case the audio we have provided does not support, we are just going to write one line here for that. So just in case the audio is not able to play, right now we have not even added the audio, but just in case the audio is not able to play, this will be the line written on the document instead of playing that audio. So this is how using this code you can add any kind of audio to your web document. So only thing that you need to do here is you can add the source of your audio here, that's it. Then you can see. So now we'll just save this document and let us look at here. So here you can see this audio thing is visible here. Now if you will give the source of the audio, you can play this audio. So while using the code tag and the audio tag, you can just provide here. This is just a pseudo. We got this playback speed and everything by adding the inline code and the audio tag. So this is how you can give the audio to your HTML document. So the next thing that we are going to learn about is video. So inside the media element we have audio and video as well. We will just provide this paragraph tag. We will just write HTML also supports embedding video. Using the code again we will write same thing. We will just copy it from here. We will just change video. Now let's see, we can just again copy this. So for this audio I'll just give video, and here also I'll just write video. That's it. Here also I'll just give type is video. and the type of the video is MP4, let's say. So that's it. Your browser does not support audio element. We will just do it as video element, and the video tag is not closed. We will just close this video tag. That's it. We will just save it and let us look at the output. So here you can see the audio example has been added, the video example has been added here. You can see this. So by adding the video tag and the code tag, we are able to see this. So this is how you can just provide the source of the video. Here you can just provide the source of the audio, and you will be able to see videos and audios onto your screen, onto your web page. The last thing inside the media elements we are going to study is how to embed a YouTube video, right? So to embed a YouTube video, again we will just give the H3 heading. So we will just write here embedded YouTube video. That's it. We have given the title here, and there is one problem. We have just written everything inside the table tag. We'll just cut it from here and we will just close the table tag here. That's it. So again, let's see how to add a YouTube video. So for adding a YouTube video, first of all, let me write one small paragraph, and here we are going to use an iframe tag. So to play a video on the web page, that means we don't have to get redirected to any other web page. We use the iframe tag. So let me write one paragraph here. This is how you can use the iframe tag to embed any YouTube video into your web page. So now we are just going to style the iframe tag. So we have to mention everything inside the iframe tag. Let's say we are going to mention the width. After width, we are going to mention the height. So inside the height, we are just going to give 315, let's say. And again, here will be the source of the video that we want to mention. So let's say for now, I'll just keep it normally empty. And after this, we are going to mention the title, right? So inside the title, let's say we will write YouTube video player. And we will just give the frame border. So these are some parts of CSS which I am including here. So let's say the frame border will be 0. Now we are giving some permissions. Now after this, we are going to mention allow full screen. Now we are going to close this and we are going to close the iframe tag. So this is what you need to mention if you want to include any YouTube video in your web page. So we can just do it via CSS or through JavaScript also. So this is a bit lengthy to include it in HTML, but I have just showed you one example how to add audio, video and YouTube video in your HTML document. But you can just use JavaScript to fetch the video. You can just use CSS. You can just use the JavaScript or CSS to add any video or the audio. So for now, I'll just comment this part out. It is just a basic understanding how you can use iframe tag and you can apply the CSS styling inside your HTML document. So basically, whatever I have mentioned here, these are the CSS styling. So if you're a beginner, you just don't have to get into all this. I'm just showing you one example. So for now, I'll just comment this part out and I'll just save the document. So till now, we have covered the media elements, we have covered the basic tags, we have covered the tables, we have covered images and everything. So basically, we have covered the basic things in HTML, whatever you need to learn as a beginner. So these are all the things that you need to learn as a beginner. We have covered all those things. Now what we are going to do is, there are few more tags. So in HTML, there are too many tags. So what we will do is, we will create one form, and while creating that form, we are going to learn some more tags like how to create text box, how to give input, how to create checkbox and everything. So while creating that form, we are going to understand a lot about HTML more. So this basically we have covered the basic part of the HTML, how you can write tags, how you can give headings, how you can include the paragraph and everything. This is the basic part of the HTML. So we are done with the basic part of the HTML, creating tags, creating tables, creating links and everything. Now we will move on to creating the HTML form, and while creating HTML form, you will learn a lot about HTML. So now we are going to create an HTML form. So while creating this HTML form, we are going to explore more about tags and how to create checkboxes, how to create radio buttons, and how to take input from the user in the text area. So these all things we are going to cover while creating this HTML form. So let's get started. So let us look at this code quickly. First of all, we know that why we have mentioned doc type HTML. This is the way to tell the browser that what is the type of the document we are writing. So basically this is the way to tell the browser that the language that we are using in our HTML document is English. Now we have started this head section, and inside this we have mentioned the title tag. The title that we have given to our document is complete HTML form. After that we have closed this head tag, and then comes the body tag. So inside this body tag, first of all we have mentioned this H2, that is registration form, and after that we have opened one form tag. So yeah, the next thing to notice here is while creating a form, you are going to use the form tag. So inside this form tag we have mentioned label. So we have used this label tag for that. This is the opening tag of label and the closing tag of label. So inside this label, the first label that we have created is for full name, and the full name will be written beside that label. So the next thing here is to take input from the user. So to take input from the user, we use input tag, and the type of the input that we are going to take will be text type. Then we are going to provide one ID to this, and that ID will be full name. After that we are going to write here required. So this required has been written here because it won't let the user to move forward without him typing his name. So if the user did not write his name and then they move on to the submit button, so that form won't get submitted because we have a required section there. So it is mandatory to fill that section of full name. After that we have added this BR, that is break tag, twice to maintain a distance between these two labels. Again after that we have created one more label. Similarly we have this input type as email, and the label is for email. After that one more we have created for password. You can just look at this syntax here. Again we have mentioned the BR tag to create a distance between these both. And then we have this input type as email, we have this input type as password, and after that one more label we have created, and that is for DOB, stands for date of birth. And after that we have created one more label, that is for gender, and inside this gender we have created this radio button. So this input will be basically a radio type. When we will run this code, we will see what is the radio type. So inside this we have three options: male, female and other. So basically radio type will let you select only one option. So you will have these three options that we have created, which is male, female and other. So using radio button, what we can do is we can select only one option from all of the options. So after that again we have created one label, that is for phone. So you should just look at the tags we are using here. So for creating label we are using the label tag. For taking the user input we are using the input tag, and for creating the space between two labels we are using the BR tag. Again the next thing here to notice is this label tag. We have created one label for address, and here we have mentioned text area. So basically we all know what text area is. If you have a box in which you are going to write something, so that is basically the text area. So again we have provided rows and column to that text area, and we have closed this text area tag. So after that we have one more label, that is for country, and in this we have created one drop down. So how do we know that we have created drop down? Because we have mentioned here option tag, and we have given these options to the user and they can select one option from this. We have used the select tag here. After then again we have used the BR tag, and after that we have created one more label for interest, and the input type is checkbox. So the difference between the checkbox and the radio button is that in radio button you can only select one option, while in checkbox you can select multiple options. So where we have created male, female and others, so there we have mentioned only radio button because you cannot select multiple options there, right? But here a person can have multiple interests, so they can select multiple options here. So we have created the checkbox here. So after that we have also included one label for resume for a person who want to upload their resume. So for that we have kept the type as file. So this will allow the user to select the file from their system. So after that, at last we have created one more checkbox, that is for I agree to the terms and condition. So in this case, this is also required because if the person will not agree to the terms and condition, they cannot register the form. So after that we have created buttons here. Input type is submit and the next is input type of reset. So this is it. We have closed the form tag, the body tag and the HTML tag. So that's it. This is the basic forms. So through this form what we have covered is how to use the label tag, how to use the input tag, and again moving forward we have learned about how to use the required tag as well, and then we have learned about how to create radio buttons and how to create checkbox, and after that we have learned what is text area, how to create that, and after that we have learned how to create options using select tag. So this basically will provide you a drop down. Again we have seen how to create a checkbox, and after that we have seen how to create a submit and reset. So here you can provide the value. The value you can write anything. Here we have written register and here we have written reset. We will just save this and we will just run this code. So this is the output that we have created. We have the full name section here. Here we have the email ID, the password, date of birth. We can select any one option from here because they are radio buttons. And after that we have a drop down of countries. After that we have checkbox of interest. We can select multiple options. So here if I am clicking on choose file, we can select the file and that's it. After that I again have this checkbox, I agree to the terms and condition, and have two buttons which is register and reset. Suppose I have entered anything from here and I can register. It will show me please fill out this field because this is required field. I will enter anything here. So I'll just write 𝐑𝐨@gmail.com, right? So that's it, and then we will register. Okay, password is also required field. We'll just write anything, then we will register. So that register button is not functional yet, so that will register your page. If we will click on reset, then your form will get reset. Here the input value was given date, so we just got a calendar, and from here we can select the date.
So if any of you viewers are actually accustomed to web development coding, you will know that web development is made up of three elemental files. That is the HTML file, the CSS file, and the JavaScript file. Now, while the HTML file and the JavaScript file are responsible for the templating and the dynamic elements respectively, CSS is responsible for one thing, and that is style. So how does CSS actually govern the style? Well, it does that by making sure how elements look like on a certain web page, example their colors, the font that is in there. It also helps in the positioning of elements, and it also does a little bit of animation. Now, let me just show you guys the power that CSS comes with. So let us firstly head over to our favorite website as a developer, and that is Stack Overflow. So Stack Overflow, as we all know, has the answer to most of our questions when it comes to development. It's a pretty beautiful site, and it's made beautiful with the help of CSS. So I have this extension out here, which is a developer's extension that comes with Chrome. And if I go to the CSS tab and just hit disable all styles, you can see that Stack Overflow is not a very beautiful site to look at anymore. Since the styling has been removed, the web page looks kind of redundant, and normally anybody wouldn't actually go through Stack Overflow if it actually looked like this. So let us disable all styles again. And we are back to the beautiful version of Stack Overflow. Another site that I want to show you guys to show how CSS can affect a certain website is called CSS Zen Garden. So in CSS Zen Garden, a single HTML file has been designed by many people out there online to look differently. For example, this is a theme that has been created by somebody, and then there is this mid-century modern theme which has been created by Andrew Lohman. So let me just click on this and show you how different it is. And as you guys can see, the background is different, the fonts are different, the pictures used are different, but in the end, it is the same HTML file. So this is how CSS affects anything that is residing on the web by governing the way it looks, the way things are positioned, and of course, simple animations. Now, why is CSS called cascading style sheets? Well, it is mostly because CSS has three manners in which it cascades. The first is through elements. So suppose we had written some CSS and we had attached it to a class called boxes, and we had attached the styling of color equals blue. So this will turn every element on the HTML file with the class boxes into blue. Now, this is how CSS is cascading. It is applying the same style to multiple elements through the use of the .boxes selector. Above that, CSS cascades through another manner, and that is multiple style and one element. To explain this, imagine our boxes had some font written in them, and I want to turn the font of the first box yellow. So for that, I can choose the first box, I can write some CSS that will make its font color yellow, and then I can go ahead and apply it. Now it is important to understand what is happening here. First of all, the .boxes styling is already being added to our first box out here, and the second style is being added to the first child of the box. So in this way, we have applied two different styles on one CSS element in one sheet. So that is the second way how CSS cascades. Now the third way how CSS cascades has something to do with the third word of the technology itself, and that is sheets. Now CSS is stored in the form of a sheet in your local machine when you save it. Now this sheet might have some styling written in it, and you can apply this sheet on multiple websites to achieve unique and different designs. So as you guys can see, if you attach a styling to a certain web page with the help of the link tag, it produces a certain design element. And this design element will actually differ from each and every website according to how things are styled. So that is how sheets are made to cascade through different websites. Now before this, people would have to do inline styling. So having a separate entity which handles your style kind of solves the problems that came with HTML in the beginning. Now let's talk about an important aspect of CSS, and that is selectors. So selectors is CSS's way of selecting different elements on an HTML page. Now the two ways you can actually select elements is through classes and IDs. Now if you remember my HTML tutorial, you will know that there are certain special attributes that you can attach to any HTML element. For example, we are talking about classes and IDs. So how are classes and IDs exactly used? Well, as the name goes, an ID is used to identify a very unique element on an HTML page. IDs cannot be shared, and IDs have to be unique. On the other hand, a class can be added to multiple elements. This is for collective styling. So as you guys can see, we can add the same class to three different elements, and it will apply the style that is there in the class to those three different elements. In fact, you can add multiple classes to the same element too to achieve a very unique styling. Now the classes are selected with the dot functionality, while IDs are selected with the hash functionality. So to select a class called button, you would write dot button and then write your CSS. And to select an ID called submit, you would write hashtag submit and then write your CSS in the curly braces. Now let's talk about property and value. So this has something to do with how CSS is written in itself. So imagine we have a web page and we want to turn the font color yellow. So our CSS is written in a property and value fashion. Out here, the property being font color and the value being yellow. Now you surround this property and value with curly braces, you add your selector, and you have a style. In fact, you can add multiple types of properties and values into the same styling box to achieve a very unique look and feel.
So what exactly is CSS? Well, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets and is generally used to control how HTML tags and elements are displayed on your screen. So this means basic styling of your web page is controlled by CSS. Now, CSS was actually made to solve problems that were introduced in HTML 3.2. Now, HTML 3.2 got in some new attributes like font color, background color, which generally was pertaining to styling of an element on a web page. Now, while this did add some very needed functionality into HTML 3.2, it cluttered up your code as a developer and made your life pretty miserable. So to keep the structure of your web page, which is the HTML, and to make the styling a different aspect, CSS was made by W3C. So W3C stands for the World Wide Web Consortium, and CSS till date is still being maintained by the W3C developers. Okay, so that was a general introduction to CSS. Now let's move ahead. So this is the basic syntax of CSS. You basically have selectors, which selects or targets the place that you want to attach your styling to. Then you have basic properties and value pairs. Now you can include your CSS into your HTML with a link tag while putting the href attribute as the file name. Or you can do some inline CSS, but that's not actually recommended because that's the problem that we are actually trying to mitigate by putting CSS as a different file. Also, if you don't want to create another CSS file, you can do some internal CSS by putting in some style tags in your head tag and just writing some normal CSS to it. Okay, so now let's see the different types of CSS selectors. So these are all the different types of CSS selectors, and basically a selector is a way of targeting an element on a web page. So the star selector selects all the elements and applies the CSS that you would apply to it. And then if you would say div, then it would apply your CSS to all the divs. Now div comma p will apply to all the divs and paragraphs. Div space p will put your styling to all the paragraphs inside divs. Now going through all the CSS selectors is a pretty cumbersome job, so I recommend that you go through this page on W3 Schools, which has all the different types of selectors and the different types of pseudo selectors all listed out. So this will very much help you when you're doing your own CSS, so always keep this page open. Now just for basic sake, let me just tell you about pseudo selectors. So we also have pseudo selectors, which is defined something like this. So pseudo selectors include stuff like hover, active, visited, and stuff like that. Now suppose you were hovering over an A tag, so you can say there is supposed to be some specific styling when you're hovering over it. So how would you do that? You would just say A:hover, and then you would actually specify the styling that you want. Now you can also find all these types of pseudo selectors out here, and it's all listed out here. So A visited, like select all visited links, something like that. Now I also want to make you all aware of the box model that is very much used in CSS. Now box model has four things: the content, padding, border, and margin. So content is the basic content of the web page that you want to show to your general audience. Then the padding is the space between your border and the content itself. The border is a line that can be of any size, color, and width. And then there's a margin, which is the distance from the edge of the screen to the border. Okay, and now the box model looks something like this. So the content comes in between, then comes the padding, which is between the border and the content, and then there's the margin, which is between the screen and the border itself, the screen edge and the border, right? So that's how the box model works. Now the last bit of basics is the CSS units. So there are four kinds of units. Firstly, we have the pixel. So pixel represents any pixel on a device. So you could say something like font size is equals to 25 pixels, so it'll make it actually 25 pixels. Then there's also points, which is mostly used in print media. And all you need to remember to use points correctly, that 72 points equals 1 inch. Now the last two types of units are relative units. Now these are relative to your current font size. So 1 em or 100% is actually equals to your current font size. So if you want something to be double your font size, all you have to say is 2 em. So these are how relative units work in CSS. Okay, so that was all the basics of CSS and how you select stuff and all the units. Now let's get ahead and code some of our own CSS. So for this time, I've actually created a bunch of HTML pages, and we're going to style these HTML pages by adding some CSS into them, and this will stand as good practice for CSS alone. Okay, so for the first page, we have this page called page1.html, and it's a pretty basic page. Let me just open it up and show it to you guys. So this is what it looks like without any sort of CSS being attached to it. Now we're going to create some CSS, and we're going to try and practice, first of all, selecting stuff in different ways possible. Okay, so firstly, let's do some very random CSS. Okay, firstly, let's target all the divs in this HTML. So how would you actually do that? Well, you'd say div by going selectors, and let's actually save this as a CSS file first so that our syntax is colored properly. Okay, so that's a div. So that's how you select any element in CSS. Now suppose we were to say background color, or rather just background, it'll be purple, and the text or the color of the text will be white. So now everything inside a div will look like that. So now let's just save this as page1. As it's saved as page1.css, let's reload our page. And everything that is inside the div now has a white text, and it also has a purple background. Okay, now let's see how we actually select IDs. So we select IDs with the hash. So we have an ID called quote out here if you go and see. So where is that thing gone? Okay, so this paragraph out here that you see has the ID called quote. So we're going to select that and put in some of our own CSS. So let's see. Now that we've selected our ID, we can say, suppose we want to change the font family. So we could say font family is Verdana, and you could also put in alternate font families just in case Verdana doesn't exist in your system, like Gill Sans. Fine. So that's how you set up your font family. Let's also set the color to be black. Let's see what changes now. So this is the quote that I was talking about. So that font should change now. Let's reload. Oh yes, now the font has become Verdana, and that's what we exactly wanted. And the text is also black now. Okay, so how do we select classes now? So if you go here and see, we should have a class called movies. Right. So all these have a class called movie, all these A tags. So let's select them. First of all, to select a class, you say dot and then you say the class name. Now we could put in some random CSS into this again. So let's make the color, let's keep it white, and let's make the background steel blue. Let's see. So where are our movies? Let's see where the movies actually exist. Oh yeah, Dota, Splinter Cell, and God of War. These are the movies, so these should now change. Let's save it. And now they have a background color of steel blue and they have a text color of white. And that's exactly what we defined out here. Fine. Now let's try out some other kinds of selectors. So suppose in the span out here, we have this ID called author. So what if we only want to target that? What would we say? So we could say span and hashtag author. Now you could put any type of CSS. So let's say text transform. So this is how you transform any sort of text. And you could say uppercase. Now the author will be changed to uppercase out here, and this is the author, the Pope Alexander part. Now watch that. Now it's just uppercase, and we have selected it with this selector called span and hashtag author. We can also do some other kinds of selecting. Let me just show it to you. So we could select the LIs of the unordered list or the ordered list. So our skills is the ID. This is the ID of skills. So let's select them now. So we have skills, and we could go the ordered list and then the LI. And what we want to say out here is the color will be purple. We can do the same thing for the unordered list too. Let me just copy that down, put this here, say unordered list, and let's say we change the text color to white. Save that. Let's reload our page. So wait, first of all, let me uncomment this. Now let's save it again, reload our page and see the differences. Now since we had given it a purple color, it's now all purple, and let me just put a background of white so that you can see it. Yeah, now these are purple and these are background white. We can do the same for the unordered list too. Let me just uncomment that. Let me also give it a background of purple, or actually let it be like that. Let's just make it blue. Now SAS and Hamel have turned into blue, as you see out here. This is the blue thing. Fine. Now that was selectors. Okay, now let's go ahead and select some other stuff. So what if we want to select all the paragraphs that are after the h3 tag? So if you remember, we can do that by saying h3 plus p, and let's say we want a background of black and some text color that is white. So color white. Not being very creative with my CSS at this moment because this is just about selecting. So let's see how that reloads. Yep, now we have a color of white and a background of black. And that only selected the paragraph just after the h3, which is my favorite video games. Okay, we can also select every paragraph that has a class by just saying something like p and class. We don't even need to specify the color, or I mean the class name. So you go background, let's say we want to give a gray background. Let's see all the paragraphs of the class. So this is the only paragraph with the class. Now you can do the same thing for IDs, just say ID out here, and let's see all the paragraphs with an ID. So this is the only paragraph with an ID. Okay, so now that we're done with selecting stuff, let's go and actually see how text can be transformed with the use of CSS. Fine. So first of all, I already have a page created for that. So this is going to be our page that we are going to use to see how text is transformed. If you see, I have an ordered list with all the types of text transformations or the text stylings that I want to show. And we also have a paragraph out here which will show the basics box elements like the borders, margins, and padding. So I'm going to demonstrate that through this PID out here. Right, so let's get started. First of all, let's create our CSS file, and in the CSS file we're going to save it and we're going to call it page2.css. Right, then yeah, it's connected as page2. So let's get started. So first of all, let's target this ID with lorem. So lorem ipsum is just some Latin paragraph that is normally used in web development to fill in spaces with text, where you can always come back and delete that text and fill it with something more meaningful. So for now, we are going to be using this lorem ipsum thing. So it's in a paragraph tag with an ID of lorem. So let's go ahead and select it. So we're going to select it with the help of the ID. Let's call it lorem. Now, first of all, let me just show you what the page looks like without any CSS attached to it. So this is what the page looks like, right? So this is the part that we are going to target right now. First of all, let's give it a background of black. Let's make the color of the text white. Let me show you what that looks like. Okay, right. Now let's give it some borders and padding. So first of all, to give a border, we could say we use the border property, then we give 3 parameters: the type of the border, the size of the border, and then the color. And you do it something like this: 3px solid red. Now, apart from solid, there are a lot of types of borders, and those include dashed, dotted, rigged, and many more. These are the ones that are just from the top of my head. So you can try out them out, and you can find other types of CSS border just by going to Google and saying CSS border types. So these are all the types of borders that you get, and you can definitely check them out. It's impossible to show everything in one video like that, so let me just show you the solid type. So let's save it and let's see what kind of border we actually get. Let's close this down. Yeah, now we have this neat little border of 3 pixels in size and red in color. Now let me just show you how dotted would look like. So this is what dotted looks like, and this is what dashed looks like. Fine. And this is what dashed is. Okay. Now let's also give this thing some padding. Now padding exists between the content and the border. So I just explained the box model when we were discussing the basics of CSS, so I hope you remember that. So for padding, there are 4 parameters actually: the right, top, left, and bottom. So you can define your padding something like this. You could go 13 pixels, 13 pixels, 13 pixels, and 20 pixels. Now these are just very arbitrary numbers. But what I want to explain is that this first part will mean that there's 13 pixels of padding from the top, and then we move in a clockwise fashion. So this is on the right, this is in the bottom, so 13 pixels of padding in the bottom and 20 pixels of padding on the left. Now you could also say this really easily if you want to give equal amounts of padding, suppose. Now this means that there will be 13 pixels of padding on the top and bottom, and this second part would mean that there's 13 pixels of padding on the left and the right. And if you just put 1 digit, that means there's 13 pixels of padding all around it. Now let's go and put these different paddings around lorem ipsum. Now it looks much neater. We can also put a margin. So let's put a margin, and the margin also works in the same way. So suppose you were to say 5 pixels, that means it would give a 5 pixel margin all around your content. If you were to put, say, 10 pixels and 20 pixels, this means that 10 pixels of margin on the top and bottom and 20 pixels of margin on the left and right. And there's also another keyword that I want to make you aware of, and that is auto. So what auto does is it gives equal amounts of margin however you specify it. So out here it'll give 10 pixels of margin on the top and bottom and equal amounts of margin on the left and right. So let's see how that works. Yep, so that's how it changed it. Now that was all about the box modeling. So let me just remove this part from the HTML, and let's remove this part from the CSS. Now as you guys can see, I have this ordered list out here. First of all, let me reload the page. Now I have this ordered list out here which shows us all the types of styles and weights and sizes that I'm going to be showing right now. And this will include a lot of the units that we discussed, like ems, points, pixels, and percentages. So let's move ahead. So to select these, I'll be using these IDs. So let me just remember the first 4 IDs is normal, italic, oblique, and small cap. So let's go ahead and create them. So firstly, let's select our normal ID and say what are we going to try and show here is font style. So all you have to say is font style is normal. So normal basically means that the font style will be normal instead of something bolded. Then I think we had italic, so you go font style italic. Then we also had oblique, so you go font style oblique, and we also had small caps. So let me just see that again. Yep, it's small cap. So you go small cap, and what are we trying to show in small cap is the font variant. So font variant small caps. So let me just reload and see how that changed stuff. Okay, so font style normal just stays normal, while italic and oblique are almost similar. Then in font variant small caps, this is how it would look like, where the first letter has a bigger font size and the rest have a smaller font size, but everything is in capital. And next is the font weight. So let's see the IDs. It's normal, bold, bolder. So let's go with that now. So firstly we have normal. So font size is the size, or weight? It's weight. So font weight will be normal. Next part is bold, bolder, lighter. Okay, so we select bolder like that. We go font weight is bolder, and we can say again, what's after bolder? It's bold. Okay, so W bold, and you go font weight is bold. Let's see how that changes stuff. So yeah, bold is bold, and font weight bolder is slightly more bolder, while font weight normal is absolutely normal. Right, time for some more. So the next is the font size, which goes from extra large, large, medium, small, extra, extra small. So let's do that. So first is extra, extra large, and this is the font size that we're talking about. So it's extra, extra large. There's also extra large. So extra, extra large looks something like this, while only extra large looks something like this. Fine. Then we also have large. So font size will be large. So that's font size large. Next we have medium, small, and extra, extra small. So medium, small, and extra, extra small. So this is going to be font size medium, this is going to be font size small, and this is going to be font size extra, extra small. So let's see how that changes stuff. So this is extra, extra small, this is small, and this is medium. Now the next thing that we're going to see is how points work. So our size is going to be 25 points. So instead of just doing that, let me just change extra, extra small. And let's say it's 25 points. You should remember that 1 point is around 2 inches. So that's how font size extra, extra small would look like if it was 25 points. Then we could also say the font size is 150%. So that shows us how percentages works, where 100% means the current font size. Look at the change, and that's how 150% means. The next thing that we want to show is line height. So let's say, what is the ID? Let me just check the ID. So the line height IDs are line normal, height 25 points. So let's just select one, line normal, and this is going to have a line height of normal. Let's put a semicolon, save it up, and that's how line height normal is. That is the normal line height. Now you could say your line height is 25 points, and that's how it would change. Also, you could say your line height is around 25 EM, or just 5 EM, let's say that. And that's how it would change even more with EM, with 1 EM being the constant font size that we are using. Or you could say line height is 200%. That is basically twice of what our line height or font is. So that's how it would change, right? So that was all about text styling. Now let's move ahead and see how positioning and stuff takes place in CSS. So for positioning, I have again gone ahead and created this page3.html. So in here we will be including a CSS page called page3.css. So let's go ahead and create that. First of all, we have to set this to CSS, save it as page 3, and let's get started. So first of all, we have three types of positioning in CSS: absolute, fixed, and relative. So first of all, I'm going to show absolute positioning to you guys. Now before I show absolute positioning, let me just show you guys how text and stuff can be centered first of all. So let's start doing some random CSS. So first of all, we are going to target this ID called container. So let's go hashtag container, and let's go to background, some random color. So for color picker, we just go color picker. Let's give us this background, go OK. That's the background we chose. Let's also give it some borders. Border will be 2 pixels, solid and black. We can also set up a border radius. So border radius gives you a curved border. So you could say border radius is around 5 pixels, let's say. Now let me just open up the HTML file that is concerned at this moment. So this is page 3. Okay, so this is with some CSS. Now let me just uncomment that CSS first. So this is what our page would look like without any sort of CSS. Now this is what it looks like with the CSS that we just included. Now to make you aware of how box radius works, let me just uncomment that first. Let's comment it out. So box radius should not work, and we should get, yeah, now if you see, let's zoom in out here. You see that this border is pointed. Suppose we don't want that to happen. Let's remove that first, and let's uncomment this. Save it, let's reload, and now we have this slight little curved border which looks much neater. Okay, now we can also center stuff. So a neat way to do that is, let me just show it to you. Let's take this part called centered. Now to center it, let me just give it a first background to make it look different. So this background will be, let's say, 89 CFF0. So that's our color. Let's see what our color looks like. So that is the color that we are gonna center. Now let's say our width is gonna be, we can set the width of elements like this. So you say width is 50%, and then you go margin is going to be auto. So what does auto do? It'll put an equal margin on all sides. Let's reload our page. Yep, and now it's centered. We can also center without actually centering the element. We can just center the text by just saying text, align, and center. Fine. Now that will remove the background and just keep the text out here. So that's exactly what we wanted, and that's how you align your text. Okay, now let's move ahead with absolute positioning. Now absolute positioning means positioning based on the document itself, which means this whole web browser. So a browser is basically the document that you are actually manipulating. So it's called document object manipulation, if you've heard of that term. So let's go ahead and let me just show you how absolute positioning works. So first of all, we have this element called top left, and we're going to try and put it on the top left. So let's select that first. So you go top left. Now let's give it a background. Okay, that'll going to be the background. Let's also give it a border. So let the border be 1 pixel, solid and black. Let's say now to position something with absolute positioning, all you have to say is position is absolute. Now let's also keep the width around 200 pixels and the height also around 200 pixels. Let's save it. Let's see how stuff changes. Let me just zoom out. Yeah, so that is our element. So this is what top left and bottom right is going to look like. Now we are going to try and select this element and put it in the bottom right of this parent. So let me just show you how that is done. So to select that, I've already created an ID for it, and it's called bottom right. Let me give it a background of white, and you say the position is absolute. Now we want to change the position to actually inside the element. So we have to say it's going to be 0 pixels from the bottom and also 0 pixels from the right. So since it has absolute positioning, it's going to position this inside of this. So first of all, let's give it a background of white and also make the color black. Right. And now we have this right where we want it. Now there's also something called the Z index. So Z index is what comes first on your screen basically. So if you have multiple things that are stacked on top of each other with absolute positioning, the one with the most Z index will be the one that is shown on top. So you could set a Z index like this and say the Z index is 5. So anything with a Z index of 4 will actually come underneath this thing, right? So that was all about absolute positioning. Now let's go ahead and do some fixed positioning. So for fixed positioning, we have this ID called fixed, which contains a paragraph saying I'm staying right here. So let's select that first. Let me just remove all this stuff so that it's not cluttered anymore. Let me reload the page, save it, reload it, and that's how. So I'm staying here. First of all, this is what is going to change. Fixed positioning, right? Is that what we called it? Fixed position, okay. Now first of all you have to say is position is going to be fixed. Now let's make it more prominent by giving it a background of black and a text color of white. So let's see, this has become black and position is fixed. Whatever I do, if I'm scrolling, it just stays there. It doesn't really matter what I do to this thing. Okay, so that was all about fixed positioning. Now the next thing that we're going to see is relative positioning. So for that I already have 2 elements created. So let's say these are the divs, which says this is going to be relative. So relative positioning, as I was just saying, is positioning based on the relative position of the element. So let me just show you. So relative 1. Now let's give it a background first. So let's just select some color. Let's make this green out here. Okay, that's gonna be our color. Let's give it a border of 1 pixel solid black, and let's say the height is gonna be around 100 pixels. Now we're gonna select another element and position it relative to this element. Okay, so that is this element right out here is gonna be relative to. So to set something with the position of relative, all we have to say that the position is relative, and the rest of the CSS is just arbitrary. So let's say left, not padding left. So you want to position it somewhere left of it, and the positioning is going to be relative. So 20 pixels from the original positions, 20 pixels to the left from the original position, I mean. And you could say from the top it would be around 30 pixels. You could also say negative 30 pixels to move it the other way around. Let's give it a background. I'm already given it the background. Okay, let's give it a background of yellow. So you say background equals yellow, and you could also give it a border and say 1px solid blue. Let's get a blue background. Okay, so this relative layout is going to be positioned relative to this thing. Fine, let's just reload and see. Yep, and that's how relative positioning works. Now this might just not look neat at this moment, but I'm trying to drive a point home. Fine. Okay, now let me just see if I have dog.jpg. Okay, there's a PNG file called Edureka. So let me just show you something cool. First of all, let me just remove everything from here. Okay, so now that our things are less cluttered, and let me just rename this now to the image that is already there. So edureka.png and edureka.png. Fine, let's save this. Let's see what our page looks like now. So this is what it looks like. Now you can float stuff like images to the left and right. So let's just select the image tag, and suppose you say float them to the right. These will float everything to the right. Now that's how you position stuff or images with the float tag. So I guess that was all about positioning of stuff. Now let's move ahead. Okay, so in this part we are going to be learning about overflows. So for overflows, what we can do, let's go back to page2.html, and we have this text out here, or this unordered list, and this list is pretty big. Right, first of all, let's open up a new page, or rather let's open up okay, wait, let me just close these out. So let's save this as page2.css, or rather let's just call it something new. First of all, let's set this to CSS. Right, let's save it and let's call it overflow. Now what I want to show you guys is something really cool. So let's select the ordered list. So that's what we're going to select. Let's say it has width of around 100 pixels. It has some padding from the top and right. So let's get some padding of 10 pixels and 10 pixels all around rather. Let's get a margin of 100 pixels and auto. So I'll bring it right to the center. Let's see. So it was page 2 that we're fiddling around with. So this is page2.html. Now let me just replace this with overflow.css. Let's see now. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. Now, if you see, to scroll through this list is quite cumbersome because you have to actually scroll like this. Let's give it a background also. The background is going to be black, as I just love black, and the color of our font is going to be white. See how that changed? Yep, so this is what it looks like. Now what if you do and say max height is equals to 500, or rather only 200 pixels. Yeah, so that doesn't really do much. So if you say overflow is auto, you get a scrolling bar. Or you could say overflow is scroll. Let's remove this max height. Now you see we have these little scroll bars out here, and that's what exactly overflow does. It's basically shows us the items and you can scroll through them. Yeah, basically like that. So if you were to say that the width is only suppose 50 pixels, let's say, make this even smaller. Yeah, so that's how now you have this little scroll bar that lets you scroll through stuff. So that's how overflow works. Okay, now let's look at some pseudo selectors or some pseudo classes that we can select and style. So first of all, let me open up the page that is going to be responsible for that. So we have this page out here that I've created. Now it also has some new tags that you might be seeing. These are some HTML5 tags. So header tag, nav tags, and then the main tag. These are just some new tags that you see in HTML5, and you can also target them through CSS3. So targeting them is pretty easy, but what I want to show is something pretty cool. Let's save it first. Let's create a new page. Let's call it CSS. Right, so let's save this first as page5.css. Okay, so now it's time to practice some more CSS, and we'll be doing it on this page that I've created. So this page is kind of a big page, to be honest. It has quite a lot of paragraphs, quite a lot of links, a few images also, I guess. And they use a lot of the HTML5 tags that have been newly introduced, like the header tag, the nav ID, or the nav tag, the main tag. We have section tags, and a lot of other tags like these. Now these tags can also be selected with the help of, let's say, CSS3. That's what we are learning. Okay, now let me just remove this part because we won't be needing that. Now let's go ahead and save our content, and let me just show you what this actually looks like on the web page. So let's go ahead and open up page 5, and this is what it looks like on a web browser rather, without any CSS attached to it. So let's transform this thing with the help of some CSS. So firstly, we've created this page called page5.css, and we've already attached it to this page out here with the link tag and the href attribute. Now let's get started. So first of all, let me just actually make use of some pseudo selectors. So we have already discussed pseudo selectors while going over the basics. Now let me just show you how they work. So a hover is going to target all the a links while we are hovering over them. Now when we are hovering over them, we want the background to become black and text to become white. Right, so let's save it, let's reload. Now if we hover over these, the background becomes black and the text becomes white. Right, now the same thing can be done with a lot of other selectors, like this is active. So when you click on a link, that means it's going to turn like that. So let's save it. Let's see. Let's reload our page first of all. Now you see when we hover, nothing happens, but once we click it, it becomes that black and white kind of thing. Right, we can also do this for visited, and that will actually change the link once it's been visited. So if we go and do this, open link in new tab. Well, it's not working out here, but if there was actually a database connected, you would actually see this to it. Now suppose we want to select our body. Let's give it a background first of all. Get out the color picker. Let's give it a nice green background. Okay, now that's going to be our background for the body. Now we also have a div with the ID of wrapper. So let's go ahead and select that first. So we say wrapper. Now let's give it some CSS. So we're going to say margin is going to be 0 and auto. Now whenever you say 0, you do not need to actually specify the units, so we can just do that. We'll give it a background color of white. Then we'll give it a width of around 800 pixels. We'll give it a height of around 1000 pixels. Okay, now let's save that and let's see what it looks like now. So this is what it has turned to. Now we can also do some more stuff. So let's select some HTML5 elements like the header tag, and let me just show you that CSS still works as we want it to. So let's give it some simple padding around 0 pixels on the top, 0 pixels on the right, and we want to give some 10 pixels on the bottom and 0 pixels on the left too. See what changes. Now we got that little change. We can also select stuff like with the IDs as I just showed you. Now let's select the navigation, which has the ID of horse nav. Let me just check if I'm right. Yep, it's called horse nav with the N being capital. Now we can say stuff like, so there's also the display attribute. This shows how elements will be displayed. Now they can be blocked or inline block, which means it'll be converted into an inline element. Now we could say display is blocked. And you could just give it some background just to make it more apparent. So let's give it a background color of black and make the color white. Let's see. Yep, that's how it's selected. Now you can also give pseudo tags like this one out here, like visited, to IDs too. So let's say once we're hovering over the nav bar, we want this to happen. So let's save it. Now if we only hover over it, will the change happen? So that's how that works. Now let's go over and see some word spacing. Now word spacing is used for mostly specifying the words. So let me just remove some stuff from here. First of all, let's remove all this. Right, let's remove the header tags, and we just need this part where we have all these paragraphs. So I'll be targeting the first paragraph to show you all word spacing. So it's gonna be this one out here, right here. Fine, let's save it. Go ahead here, reload the page. Now this is what it looks like. Let's remove everything that we have already created, and let's just select para 1. I hope that's what it was called out here. So it is called para 1 indeed. Now we can go word spacing and just say, let's give it 10 pixels between the words. Right, so the spacing between these words in this paragraph should change now. Now that we've saved it, let's go ahead and reload. So yeah, now you can see that the word spacing for this out here is much more different. Now we can also do letter spacing the same way. So let's select paragraph 2 for that. So for letter spacing, all we have to say is letter spacing, and then we could say something like 10 pixels. Now this will specify the letters and how they're spaced. Now you can see it looks, this horrible thing is having 10 pixels of letter spacing. It also put some word spacing into this, so let's see how that looks like. Let's put a word spacing of 20 pixels and make this even more ugly. Yep, so that's what it would look like with word spacing and letter spacing. So that was just for experimentation purposes, and you can use that whenever you feel free to. Okay, so another property that I want to make you all aware of that is in CSS is a clear property. So the clear property makes sure that nothing actually appears before it. So in this case, the footer tag, which is right about here, which says only the copyright part. Now it is shown here. This is the footer tag that we are talking about. So we want to say something like, let's say, so you can say clear and both. So that's how you specify clears. Okay, so let's give it a background color of black. Let's also say the color of the text will be white, just to make it a bit more prominent. Yeah, so nothing actually appears before that. So that's how you use clear now. So there's also style types, also list style types. So let me just see. We have these lists out here, first of all, which says random 1, 2, 3, random 1, 2, 3. Now let's say, first of all, let's convert this into an unordered list. So find all, let's gonna replace that with unordered list. Right, I just want to show it with unordered list first. So let's say, let's select all the ULs and let's say list style is gonna be none. Now if you see out here, we have these bullet points and now we don't. Okay, So you can also do these with ordered lists. So let's go back and let's do control and UL, find all. Let's select them, let's make them OLs, ordered lists. Let's see. Now OL doesn't work with list type none, if you just realized. Now we can do something like alpha, lower alpha. So let's see that, how that works. Okay, so for lower alpha we have to say list style type. Please remember that, that was my mistake right now. Okay, if you have to select the OLs again. Now you see that we have these list types that is saying with small caps. Now there are other stuff like lower Latin, there's also lower Latin, so let me just show you what that looks like. Save it. Okay, that doesn't really change because I don't think I have Latin installed, but we can also go Greek. There's a bunch of stuff that you can do. It's pretty fun. So I have Greek installed. Now it goes alpha, beta, gamma instead of ABC. And that's how you can change stuff. You can also change the position of the list style. So list style position, you could say outside. So let's see what that means. And doesn't really change much out here, but that's one of the properties that I just wanted to show. Okay, now you can also place contents before an element. So let me just show you how to do that. Let's clear all of these things now. So let's say we want to select par 1 and say, so this is going to be a pseudo selector again. So you say after, you say content, and your content is going to be, let's say, at the rate. So all these at the rates are going to be before this little thing out here. So let me just show you the change. Yep, so since we said after, it has all these at the rates after, but if we say before, this is how it'll change. So now it's all before them. Right. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how we can use the nth child elements. So for that, we're going to select our UL again. Actually, let me go ahead and delete everything first of all. Okay, so let me create another HTML boilerplate, and this is going to be called list. First of all, let's say we have an unordered list with a bunch of list items. So LIs all around. Let me just copy that down and paste it a few times. Right, so now we have all these list items here. Let's just fill them up with some random text. Okay, so let's just say something random like cats. So let's save this, let's go out here. Now we have these things called cats. Okay, so what if we want them to have alternate paragraphs? I mean alternate background colors. So first of all, let's go ahead and select the LIs and give them a background. Let's say this gray color that I have selected, F7, F7, F7. Now you see we have, okay, this doesn't seem to be working. LIs. Looks like I've deleted my link tag, that's why the CSS was not working. So let's see. Now we have that. Okay, so first of all, let's go back and change this to F7, 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 right? This will give it this gray color that you see out here. Let's also give it the width of around 360 pixels. So that'll bring it there. Let's also give it a margin of 100 pixels from the top and equal on the side. Let's bring it to the center. Right, now suppose you want to say li nth child, and you could say something like 2n. So this will select all the even childs, and you could say they have a background color of white. So let's see how that changes things for us. Now you see that all these things out here have an alternating background color where it's gray, white, gray, white, gray, white, and that's how you select all the even childs. Now you could also select the first child by saying first child. For that we do not really need this 2n counter, and now only the first is black. You could also say last child, and now the last will be white. And that's how stuff changes with CSS. Okay. Now you can also change the first line, so let's go ahead and change our HTML up a bit. So let's create a paragraph, and it's gonna have some lorem ipsum in it. So let me just show you something really cool. Let's delete all of this stuff. Let's select our paragraph, and we're gonna say the pseudo selector called first line, and let's say text transform uppercase. So let's reload that. First of all, let me just comment this out just to show you what the page looks like without any CSS. So this is our page without any CSS, and let me uncomment this now, save it, and there you go. The first line has been completely made uppercase. Now instead of first line, you could also say last line. Last line, and that will transform the last line to uppercase. You could also say something like first letter. And okay, so just to show you that it does indeed work, let me just reload this without any CSS first. Okay, now you see that the lorem ipsum begins with a lowercase l. Now let me just uncomment this out, save it, and now you see that the first thing is a capital. You could also change it to say stuff like text size, or rather font size, and say around 100 pixels. Now the first letter will be 100 pixel big, and that's how you can do stuff like that. Okay, so another thing is you can also change the pointer or the cursor. So let's see, when you're hovering over a paragraph, let's say P and hover, first of all we want the background to become black, we also want the color to become white, and we want the cursor to become pointer. So let's see, so when you're hovering over it, it becomes this hand like thing, and when you go out it comes back to normal. So that's how you can change the cursor also. Now let me show you all something called a box shadow first of all. So let's remove this cursor part. So without the cursor it looks something like this. Let's remove the hover tag so that's always there. Right. Okay, now let's also change this to that gray color that I really like, and let's also change this to black. So this is what it looks like now. Let's give it a width of around 400 pixels. So this is what it looks like. Now let's also center it so that I can show you some cool stuff. So margin, let's say 0 and auto. So this is going to center it from the top of the screen. Now that it's centered, okay, so this is what our thing looks like. Now suppose we were to give it a border. So borders are really neat. So 2px solid black. So this is what a border looks like. But there are other stuff also, like a box shadow. So this is how box shadow works. Takes 3 parameters, so one is z, x and y axis, and not really in that order, it's x, y and z axis, and then it also takes a color. So let me just show you how that happens. So suppose we say 0x, 0y, and let's say 3 pixels on the z axis, rather 5 pixels to make it more prominent, and then it takes an RGBA of 0. We want to make it really invisible, so 0.5. So that gives it a half opacity. Now you can see this really neat little shadow going all across our content. So that is what box shadow does. It's a neat little trick for when you don't want to use a border or something like that. Now other than borders, there's also outline. Let's say an outline is black in color. So outline completely negates our box shadow, and you could also say outline equals none. So let's remove that now because box shadow looks really neat. Yep. Okay, so now let's talk about text decorations. So since we have some text already going up, let's decorate it. Now there are a few kinds of text decoration that I want to show. So the text decoration, let's say, so first say is line through. Just put a line through all of the content, so now it's all strike through. You could also say something like overline or underline. So let's see that. Underline will underline our text. Yep. And overline, as you might have guessed, will overline our text. Now everything has a line on top of it. Fine. Now we can also set the visibility of our text, or any other tag to be honest. Visibility. So let's check out all the other visibilities that are there. So to do that, always go on Google and type visibility and CSS, and let's see the visibility property and how it goes. So you must understand that knowing everything in CSS is kind of impossible. So you should always have a go-to or a backup. So my backup is normally W3 School, and they have everything regarding CSS and its properties. These are all the properties that you want to go through, and I'm mostly going through the most important ones in this tutorial that you may use in your day-to-day projects and topics. But sometimes you might need the rare ones like counter reset, empty cells, flex bases, and all these stuff. And you can always go back to W3 Schools and go through them. Now you can say visibility is visible or something like that, and it should make it visible. Yeah. Right. So that was all about the miscellaneous types of CSS that we were handling. Now let's go ahead and see some gradients and how we can create some beautiful gradients using CSS. Okay, now before we move on to gradients, let me just show you some white spaces or some more text transformations. Right, so I already showed you all these text transformations. There's capitalize, there's lowercase, there's overline, line through, uppercase and underline. Now capitalize will just capitalize it, so I don't think I'm going to show that to you guys. Now let's close these two pages out here. Let's create our new CSS file, and first of all let's set this to CSS. Let's save it, and let's say it's going to be page6.css. Now out here, if you see, we have a bunch of white spaces, right? Now let's see how you can handle white spaces using CSS. So there is this thing called the ID called whitespace pre. I think that's exactly what it's called, whitespace pre. Yep, let's select that, and you could say whitespace is pre. Let's see how that changes stuff. So first of all, let me load up page 6 for you guys. Right, let's remove the CSS, save it, let's reload it again, and what we are actually targeting is this part. White space will be preserved. Right, so white space will be preserved. Now go ahead, uncomment that, save it, and let's reload. Now see, the white spaces that are in the HTML is preserved. Now white spaces can also be handled in other ways, so there are two things that I want to show. So let's select this thing called never wrap, right, and we say that the white space is going to be no wrap. So let's see how that works. So first of all, this is what we are actually targeting, this lorem ipsum part out here, and it's somewhat like this, and let's see how it changes now. And now you see that it goes completely out to here, so no wrap, it doesn't wrap it around. So you also have pre-wrap. So let me just show you how that works. So I'm going to be targeting this part out here with these weird kind of white spacing. So let's see, preserve wrap. So with preserve wrap we go pre-wrap out here, and that's the property. So let's see, yep, lorem ipsum and the wrap has been preserved. Okay, now you can also set up the direction. So let me just show you how that's done. So we're going to select these two things out here, left, right, and right, left. So hash left, right, and also Control C, and let's make this right, left. Fine, let's remove all this stuff for now, and let's remove everything before right, left too. Now that we've removed that, let's remove this. Let's save it. Let's see. Okay, so this is what it looks like right now, and all you have to say is direction is L to R, so that means left to right. Now here you say direction is RTL. Let's see how that changes stuff. So I prefer right to left, and I prefer left to right, so that's how it's working. Fine. So that was all about white spacing and directions. Now let's move on to gradients and animations. So this is going to be the last part and the most interesting part in my opinion. So gradients are those beautiful backgrounds you see on most websites, and to generate your gradient you can always use this thing called a gradient generator. So this gradient generator out here is a really nice gradient generator. You have to select the direction and you select the ending colors. So I've already selected a gradient out here. It's going to create this gradient. Now let's see, go to page 7. Right, now let's select the body tag. Let's close this off, let's close this off. I want to save this, and let's create a new page first of all, and this is going to be our CSS. So we have to save it and say page 7. Right, now we select our body and just paste in. So let me just explain how this happens. So there's a linear gradient, and there's also another thing called radial gradient. So I'll just show you that. Now this takes in a few parameters. The first is to the right, that's direction, and this is how the colors will change. So let's just see how that works. So first of all, let me comment this out. Let me just open page 7 for you. Now if you see, it's going to be a blank page. Okay, this is the gradient, I'm sorry. Let me save that. Right, so this is what it looks without a gradient, and you already saw what it looks with a gradient, but let me just show it to you again. This is what it looks with a gradient. Now you can also set the background with other stuff like image. So for that you go URL and you can paste in the URL. So let's go and search for a beautiful image. I really like Dragon Ball Z, so Goku Super Saiyan 3. So that should be a good image to save as a background. So let's see, this looks like a really nice image. So you go here. Let me just save this image as. So this is going to be Goku, and it's going to be saved in desktop and in CSS tutorial. It's going to be goku.jpeg. Right, so you could say goku.jpeg. Right, now that's saved, let's go back to our page and it should have a picture of Goku. Okay, so that didn't work. I think I got something wrong. Let's go and analyze that. So open up our CSS tutorial. Okay, so it's a JPG file and not JPEG, so that was our mistake. Small mistake nonetheless. And now we have this picture of Goku. Now you can also set the background repeat. Let's close this off. Say background repeat, and you could say no repeat, and it will not repeat the background anymore. Or you could say background repeat is gonna be, let's check out all the background repeats that are actually available. Now background and repeat. So if you go into background repeat and see the properties, you can just try it yourself. So you can repeat it according to the y-axis, you can repeat it according to the x-axis. So let's see how that works. So repeat x. So if we say that, I think it should repeat it on the x-axis like it was, or you could repeat it on the y-axis. I don't think that'll show up out here, but let's see. Yep, it's now repeating on the y-axis. So that's how background repeat also works. So we've covered that too. Now we've also covered the gradients. Now it's time we do some radial gradient. Now if you remember, let me just go back to the gradient part. So if you have a radial gradient, all you have to say is that it's a radial gradient out here. And a radial gradient doesn't really need direction because it's going to be radial. Save it, page, and let's reload it. Okay, now we have a radial gradient. Now you see all these lines going in, but if I just zoom out, you can see that it starts from the center and it spreads out, where it's white on the sides and white on the sides. So that's how radial gradients work. Okay, so now that we've covered the gradients, let's go into animation. So I think animation is the most interesting thing that you can do with CSS. So we have selected the div. So first of all, let's give the div a border. So this border is going to be 2 pixels, solid and black. Now let's give it a background to begin with. Let's say it's going to be of red. Now this is how you do animations in CSS. Okay, so before animations, actually, let me show you how you can move this thing around. Fine, so there's some stuff that I want to show you guys. So let this be. Let me just show you what this looks like. So let me give this a width. First, it's going to be 100 pixels, or rather 200 pixels. And the height will also be 200 pixels. Now let's see. Okay, we have this div out here. Let's make it a little bigger. Give it 500 and 500. Save it. Yep. Let's also make this much more prominent. Let's give it a 10 pixel background. I mean a 10 pixel border. And now you see we have a really prominent square out there. Now let's try some really interesting stuff. So let's say div, and when we hover over the div, you want to scale this. So scale, and let's say we want to scale. Okay, so that's not how you scale. First you say transform, and how do you want to transform? You want to scale it, and you want to scale it twice. So when we hover over it, it should scale twice. Let's reload, and as you see, it's scaling twice. Now we can also transform some other stuff like this. So we can rotate. So we can say rotate 45 degrees. Let's see. When I hover, it's rotating 45 degrees. You can also skew it. So skewing is how it works. Let's see. You can skew it 20 degrees to the x-axis and 10 degrees to the y-axis. Save it. And this is how it gets skewed. This is how skewing works. You can also translate stuff. So let me show you how translation works. So translate, and let's see, you want to translate at 20 pixels and 20 pixels. So Let's see. Hover over it and it translates a little. It's translated around 120 pixels just to make it more clear. 120 and 120. Let's save that. Let's reload this and you see that now it's translating so much, right? So that's how translate works. Okay, now that I've showed you scale, rotation, skewing and translate, let's see, we can also set up the transitions. So with transitions you can set up a lot of stuff. So now that we're done with transitions, let's go ahead and see some animation. So for animation, I'm going to be actually targeting this div out here. So let's actually style this div. I've given it the width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels, and a background of red and a border of 3 pixels, solid and black, let's say, right? Let's see what that looks like. Now that's what it looks like. Fine. Let's zoom in a bit. Now all we need to do is actually set up some keyframes. So we do that by saying keyframes. Now we name our keyframes. Let's call it anime. And we have to set up actually what it will look like at different points in time. So we do that by saying 0%, and it'll have, let's say, a background color of red, and then it'll move. So we want to move it in the square. So let's say it'll be not padding, rather it'll be 0 pixels from the left, and from the top it's going to be 0 pixels. Let's save that, copy that down. Let's paste that a bunch of times. Now what I want to say is this is going to be 25, this is going to be 50, this is going to be 75, and this is going to be 100. Let's save that. Let's change their colors. So this is going to be yellow first, then changes to green, some pretty basic colors, blue then, and in the end we'll change it to red. So that brings us back to the original position. Let's first also move it by 300 pixels. Then let's move it 300 pixels both ways. Now it's only going to move 300 pixels this way, and in the end it comes back to the original position. Now to use this keyframes animation, we have to give this animation name. It's going to be using the animation with the keyframes name anime. Now we can say the animation delay is going to be 2 seconds. You can also say how many times it's going to be iterating. So you can say that by 100. Let's save that. Okay, so our animation is not working because we haven't set the positioning. So now let us just save this, and let's say our position is going to be relative. Let's save that. Let's uncomment our animation. Now you see that our animation will work as we intended it to. So after 2 seconds our animation starts working, and this will just keep going on and on. Now if you want to actually repeat that animation, there's a way you can do that, and that is with the animation iteration count. Let's say you want to iterate it 100 times. Let's reload. Let's wait for 2 seconds, and voila, our animation will keep going on and on and on. So that's how you animate stuff with CSS, guys.
Did you know that CSS is not a particularly difficult language? Truth be told, even if you have been using CSS for a long time, you will almost certainly come across properties that you have never used, or values you have never considered, or even specification details you have never heard of. So CSS plays an important role in developing an impressive and interactive web pages. Cascading style sheets, commonly known as CSS, is basically a language used to describe presentation of web pages, including colors, layouts, and fonts, etc. Right. Now, it allows you to adapt the presentation to different types of devices like your computer screens or your mobile screens or even the printers. Now here I might also add that it is independent of HTML and can be used with any XML based markup language. Now basically in CSS there are a set of rules which are incorporated to HTML elements via our selector, which will help us have our stylish pages. Now, although I've mentioned that CSS is independent of HTML, together HTML, CSS, and JavaScript make up the essential building blocks of website. Now with our CSS controlling page appearance, JavaScript programming its functionality, HTML is used to describe structure of the information. It's like you can think that HTML document provides the bones for your web page, while CSS provides skin and JavaScript is like your brains. Now again, there are several advantages of using CSS in web pages, like it's quick in loading and less of a bandwidth. which will make the subsequent pages load faster. Now, there is multiple browser compatibility, making any website based on CSS appear similar in every browser. Ability to position elements anywhere, which means a developer can change position of a particular element if it doesn't go well there. Also, the colors, images, and other things which are difficult to print can be eliminated and printed easily. Adding on, we have some more advantages like customization, search engine friendly, and a lot more. Now, let's move on and understand what exactly CSS transition is. So CSS transition is basically a module of CSS that lets you create gradual transition between the values of specific CSS properties. Right. Now, it's actually going to allow you to change values very smoothly. Now, this can happen with a certain set of properties over a specific set of type. Right. Now, here you see a web page that is designed without CSS or any kind of your specification or your styling properties versus the web page which has transition property. Now, this is a brief about CSS transitions. We'll get to know more about it going ahead in today's session. Now guys, speaking about browser compatibility, by now you already know that transition is extremely compatible with all the browsers in almost all kinds of your screens, right? But here we're going to focus on certain versions of each browser. Speaking of Chrome, firstly, we have CSS Transition, which is partially compatible with a prefix called WebKit. So using WebKit as your prefix, it'll be very compatible. Next, we have Safari, which is partially supporting with a prefix WebKit again. Now, so this WebKit is a prefix that should be added in order to make it really compatible. Now, speaking of Mozilla Firefox, this property is supported with the prefix Moz. So the prefix used here is not the one which is used for Chrome or Safari. For here in Mozilla, you use Moz. Next, we have Internet Explorer. To be honest, it doesn't support for certain versions like browser 9 or 6. Otherwise, it's really compatible. Next, we have Opera, which has a prefix O to be really compatible. Now, let's move on and understand how to use these transitions. So to create a transition effect, you must specify two things. The first one is the CSS property you want to add onto the effect. Now, for this, there are certain set of properties which we'll get into. For now, let's take a look at the second thing that we need, which is duration of the effect. Also, here you need to keep in mind that if the duration is not specified, the transition will have no effect. Now, this will happen because the default value is 0, right? Now, let's take a look at an example. So, say you want to display an image of 100 pixel with the transition time of 2 seconds. You can specify the background like a div element is here, and for this div element you can specify these elements like width, height, background, transition, etc. Here transition effect will start only when the specified CSS property changes the values. So now I've spoken so much about styling and techniques, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at styling properties. The first one here is the transition property. This specifies the name or names of the CSS properties to which transition should be applied. So using this property, you can basically specify the name of any particular property you want to implement. Right, next we have transition duration. This is the duration over which transition should occur. You can specify a single duration that applies to all properties during the transition, and this will actually allow you for multiple duration also, but over a different period of time. Now next we have transition timing function, which specifies a function to define how intermediate values for properties are computed. So most timing functions can be specified by providing the graph or corresponding function. Now this is basically a timing function which specifies the transition time. And final property which will help you in styling better is transition delay, which defines how long to wait between the time a property is changed and the transition actually begins. Now next, we'll look into some of the examples. Here's an example indicating all the properties we have just learned. As you can see here, we defined the transition property in font size and duration and delay in seconds. Now your font size will be in pixel, which is basically your image that you need for transition. Now if we have to break down and get a property formula for your transitions, you can take a look at here. Transform here is a CSS property, while 250 milliseconds is your duration and timing function is linear. So guys, we just learned about delay and duration part of our transition, right? Now, what if we want to have an accuracy on our speed? Now let's go ahead and see how this could be done. For this, we have transition timing function property, right? Here, this basically specifies speed curve of your transition effect. For this to happen, there are a set of values we should consider. Firstly, we have ease, which specifies transition effect with a slow start, then fast, and then end it. And this ending happens really slow. And then there is linear, which specifies a transition effect with same speed from start to end. Now we have ease in, which specifies transition effect with a very slow start. Next, ease out, again transition effect with a slow end. Now we have ease in and out, which specifies transition effect with slow start and slow end. Now step start and step end, by now you have already an idea with ease in and ease out. It will just step up your start and it will decrease a step in your end. Now next, we see here the curve that we have specified and we've just discussed about. As you can see, your distance, which is your image length in pixels, increases, the speed is faster, while as the image length decreases, the speed is slower. That being your duration speed, now let's look at our delay for our transition effect. Now this is specified in seconds as to how many seconds of delay would a particular transition for an image would have. Now your delay could even start from 1 second, right? Now it's said that transition has a secret twin to operate with. That's called transformation. So let's go ahead and learn about them together. Guys, by now already you would be telling the definition of transition yourself. One last thing would be, it makes the element smoothly and gradually change from one state to another. Right, it's like transition are the grease in the wheel of CSS transformation. Without the transition, an element being transformed would change abruptly from one state to another. Now, what you see here basically could happen even in case you hover on the screen as well. So you see how smoothly the transition is happening, right? Now that we have reviewed how to make smooth and gradual transition, let's look at the CSS transformation. So guys, this is basically how to make an element change from one state to another. With these transformations in CSS, we can actually rotate, move, skew, scale elements. Of course, all these features are only 2D. Now, transformations are triggered when an element changes states, such as on mouse hover or mouse click, etc. Now, here is an example image. You can actually see all the features, that is rotate, move, skew, and scale, that's been implemented here, and that too without a mouse hover, which is shown for you, but the protocol stays the same anyhow. It's just an example that I'll be showing here. With that said, let's move on into the final part of today's session. Of course, before demonstration, let's take a look at some of the properties. Now, I'm pretty sure that you guys might already be guessing the property tag that we need to use for specifying the property. Yes, you got it right. It's the transition property. Now, normally it is used as part of transition shorthand. It's used to define what property or properties you want to apply on transition effect. So as you can see here, you can give the value to your tag. Now, your value could be anything like a single property name, or a comma separated list of property names, a keyword none, which basically indicates that no property will transition, or keyword all, which indicates all properties will transition. Now, Finally, if you remember, these are the properties that we learned about in our speed accuracy part of today's session. Here, we have applied those properties to hover our box and hence use the keyword hover for your ID box. Now, box is the ID here, which has basically property for a particular image that should be having in order to display your transitions. Assuming that was understood and clear, I would like to jump into the demonstration part. But before we go ahead, let's look into a small installation and setup. So now to understand the installation and setup, firstly, we're going to have to install an editor. And here we're using Visual Studio Code. So let's go ahead and install the Visual Studio Code editor. Now I just say Visual Studio Code and you see that there is different options given here. Here I just say download Visual Studio. Now according to the operating system that you're using, you can install your Visual Studio Code. As mine is Windows, I'm going to have to use Windows. I say just download or I just click on this button. Now as you can see, there is an exe version that's been downloaded over here. Once this has happened, I'm going to have to click on this and you're going to get a couple of messages and permissions that you'll have to accept. Now, as you can see, it says setup has detected Visual Studio, which means I have already downloaded Visual Studio Code and hence this is the condition that I'm getting. Now, there's no problem with that. I'm going to go ahead and open. So this is how your Visual Studio Code will look once you finish your installation and the setup. Now, as you can see, there are many options here. There is extensions. You have run and debug here. And then you have source control. You can search for any particular code over here and to open your files and explore. Now, in order to configure this, I will have to go through different procedures. I'll just show you some of them. So I go to extensions, and in order for us to have our HTML and CSS code work in a smooth way, I'll have to install a couple of packages here. Firstly, I'm going to go ahead and install all the packages related to HTML. So I might have to install this. It's HTML CSS support. I have already installed, so it just says I can either disable or uninstall. And then I have to go ahead and install HTML snippets again. Since I've installed, it says uninstall. And the next necessary package is your IntelliSense, which you'll have to install. Now, there is one more called as HTML hint. If you scroll through, you can find it here. Again, you'll have to install this. Now, these are the packages that you'll have to install in order for our application to work smoothly. And if we need any particular updation for our code, or it will suggest automatically, there is auto suggestions, things like these. So it's very important for us to practice a healthy style of coding. And this is what these packages might help us do. Now I go ahead and install the packages related to CSS. I'm going to install Beautify CSS firstly, which is important. So that's here. I install it here. And then next we have IntelliCode. As I said, just like HTML and CSS, for our Visual Studio Code to work in a smooth way and to have its all the latest features, we have to install such packages. That could be IntelliCode Visual Studio. Now I'm going to go ahead and install this. And for our server, to give our output, we need to install some of the packages such as Live Server. I'm going to install this. And we have Live Server Preview. That's going to be here. And we're going to install this as well. So we'll go ahead and see what these packages will do. For now, let's close this installations. As you can see, there is a blank screen here. Now, since all our installation and configuration is done, let's see how we can create a file and establish code, and eventually we'll learn about CSS transitions and how to implement transitions in our CSS code. Now, as you can see, there is open file, so you can open an existing file. Now, in order for us to understand how Visual Studio Code would work, I am going to have to take a folder. I'm going to select a folder here. I just see select folder. Let's see what's going to happen. Now, as you can see, the folder that I just extracted or opened has popped up here. Now, to understand, let's say I open this particular HTML file, which is already existing. Now, as you can see, these are the things that I'm going to address in today's session. For now, just to understand how it will run and how do we execute these, I'm just going to say open with live server. Now, if I say that, it's going to open here. Right. Now, you can actually go ahead and open with preview also. For that, you just have to say view, and I'm going to have to say preview. And before you do that, this is the syntax you use. Say preview. Now, when you say that, it says show live server preview. Now, if I do that, you can see the output being shown here itself. Now, if you make any particular changes, it would be shown here itself. So we'll go ahead and learn more about this. For now, this is the installation and setup for your configuring Visual Studio Code. Now, since we've understood installation, setup, and configuration of our Visual Studio Code, let's go ahead and have a hands-on demonstration. Now, for that, I'm going to, again, start with Visual Studio. I'm going to go here, and like I've mentioned before, I'm just going to have to create a file. And since I'm going to start with HTML, let me go ahead and create a sample HTML file. I'm just going to call it test.html. .html should be your extension. And in order for me to have the code and all the basic code structure for HTML, it might take few minutes, but here the perk of using Visual Studio Code is if I just say doc, it's going to give me everything that a basic HTML tag would have. Now, document is the title here, and I'm going to leave that as it is. Just save the file. And in order for us to add CSS property, I'll have to create a file here again. Let's just call it test.css. Now, I don't know what property to add to which kind of message, so I'm going to go ahead and create a tag here, a paragraph tag. To add message, I'm just going to say maybe have a nice day, just a random message, and I'm going to go ahead into the CSS file and add styling property to it. I'll just say color. I'm going to give maybe blue. I give blue color here. And then let's add one more tag to give multiple styling properties. I say h1, just a heading tag, and say good morning or any random message. Save it. Go ahead here. Add your styling property here again. I'm just going to say brown color maybe. Save here. And for us to have the styling property to this particular messages, we'll have to call a link, right? In order for us to call the CSS page. So I'm going to say test.css, just the file that we've been using here to call our CSS property. Save. And now, as I've mentioned before, in order for us to see the output, just say open with live server. Now, as you can see, all our properties have been implemented. Now let's go back. I've already mentioned we can have a preview instead of going to another window. Just say preview here, and here it is. And you don't have to go to another window, just can make any changes. Say I'm going to go ahead and make changes in my CSS. I'm going to say remove this, save. Now we have black. that's the default because I've not given any kind of styling property here. So this is perks of using preview window. Now we know the basics. Let's get into the CSS transition part right ahead. Now let's go ahead and see the transition properties. For that, I have created a CSS file similarly to our test CSS called transition. There's nothing much here. I've just added a box property. As we have already learned, these are some of the properties of our transitions. We have box and box hover. Let's not get into box hover as I'm not addressing box hover at the moment. Now, seeing a box, I've just added a parameter called background, where the background of the box is red and the width is particularly 300 pixel and height is also 300 pixel. Now for us to have these properties being implemented, all we have to do is, yes, you got it right, you have to call the transition.css file. Right, now I save it, nothing is happening, right? So the thing that I've missed here is adding the class box. Now you should be doing this because it is not going to understand what property should be implemented, as the box is a parameter that is present in our CSS, but HTML doesn't know what is box here. So I'm going to go ahead and give a div tag here. I say class because I'm going to have to call my box. And here, after mentioning box, I just say save. There you go. Now this is applied the properties that you have given inside the box class. Now let's go ahead and add some of the other properties like transition duration, right? Now I say for 1 second, I'm just going to say 1000 milliseconds. It's suggested that we mention all our durations in milliseconds. I save it. Now this is happening because I have not enabled the hover. So if I just save, every time I save, this is displaying and it's taking 1 second for our box to display. Now say if I change my duration time, I say 500 milliseconds, and every time I save, it's happening a little bit faster. Now, as we mentioned, this is happening quick, right? Now, let's go ahead and see what happens if I give it in seconds. Say now I give in 1 second and save, it's happening. Now, do you wonder that it's not hovering on your cursor? Now this is because, like I mentioned, hover is not enabled because I have given both the colors in hover and in the box as the same. Now what if I say this as black? And let's go ahead. Look at that. Now, because we're having a little problem in viewing it, let's give this as black while this as red. I save it. By default, it's black. Hover it. Turns out to be red. Now this is happening quite slow because I've given it as 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and change this as maybe 0.5 seconds. As we're doing it in terms of seconds. But again, I recommend you to do it in milliseconds. So I'm going to just stick on to 500 milliseconds. There you go. The hover is perfect. Now let's go ahead and learn about one more interesting topic, that is transition property, that we've already learned in theory. Now if you notice, it's taken for Opera. If you remember, I mentioned for Opera to be really compatible, I give prefix as O. So that's what it's taking, but let's not keep that in mind right now. Let's go ahead and do it for everything in common. The transition property, let's apply the property to our background. Now we have background here for hover. I'm going to go ahead and say background. I'm going to spell it out right. Or just copy this, paste it here. And you see it's happening to the background. Or let's say with respect to the background. Now, what if I change this property to width maybe? There is a property called width, right? So the transition duration is happening with respect to our width. Sorry, let's say width. Do you see that? It's happening to the width. Now I say height. So these are some properties that you'll see not making difference right now, but going ahead, if you improve your page or your website to a greater extent, these small properties make a huge difference. Now let's go ahead and give one more property to our hover box, which we'll see, and probably these things might make a difference then, which you might understand in a more clearer format. I'm going to say transform. This is a property, and I say rotate. So I'm going to have to rotate this box, this particular box. Say I'm going to rotate it for 90 degrees. I say save. Of course, nothing is happening because I didn't give my property as transform. Now I say transform. I say this. Look at that. Cool, right? On hovering, it's rotating 90 degrees. Now you can change it to 180 maybe. I save. There you go. One full rotation is there, or even 45 degree. That's that. Now this is happening because I have mentioned my property as transform here. Let's say I want to mention both background and transform, because you see I want to take all my properties there because it's happening in a very weird format. Now what if I say all? So we've already mentioned and spoken about this. If I say all, it's going to take all my properties there, right? So when I mention all, it means it's going to take property of height, width, background, transformation, everything together. Now, generally what happens is all your animations and your rotations and your transitions is happening by our CPU. So sometimes there is a technical glitch inside CPU where even if you have not mentioned that particular transition, that will automatically happen. So it is better and cleansing to avoid all and to mention the properties that you actually want. So I want here just background. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, say paste, comma, I say transform. Now I do this, I say save. It's going to take only these two properties. This is a cleaner way of using your properties for transition. Of course, you can go ahead and use all or mention particular property, or even sometimes not mention. But again, it's for a cleaner view. Now, since we've learned about this transition property, let's go ahead and learn about one more property. That's transition timing function. We've already come across this theoretically. Now, again, I have discussed about 𝐂𝐝𝐵ZR. This is going to help you add certain coordinates where our rotation and transition will have a better way of displaying it. Now, before we get into that, let's see ease in and ease out. If you remember, I have mentioned about that. So that's ease. So here in timing function, what exactly happens here is when I say ease, it's going to take these properties while it's going to ease in. Like your transformation happens in a more easy way. To understand that better, let's use all other properties so that we'll see the changes, differences, and hence. Do you see that? There is a firm kind of rotation happening there. But if you say ease, there is kind of, ease there. It's again very small difference which you can make out only with a large kind of operations. But here we are to experiment with different kinds of properties and how it works and how you can use it. things like that. So now you have known about ease in, ease out. Now I'm sure you have a little bit of confusion as to how this is actually working. Let's go ahead and see how this works in your front end page. For that, the best thing that you could ever do is you have to inspect. For that to happen, I'm going to go ahead and open this in live server. Now if you see here, there is this happening, and I'm going to go ahead and inspect this. While I inspect, I need to click on this. If you see here, come down here to our styles and see our timing function. It says ease out. Now to understand that, let's see this. See, there's an interesting factor here, how ease in and our ease out works. There is, different ways of animations and transitions happening here, which we do not actually notice when we do it from our front end. But if you see here, there is so much happening there. The curves, I have actually explained it theoretically as to how this graph works. Now, if you see it, there is different ways. Now, let's go ahead and see how it works for ease in. These are the curves for ease out. Now, looking at ease in, say I give ease in here, there, save it, go back to this, reload, ease in, look. Now, each curve is definitely different. So this is about our transition timing function. Now say, what if I want to give all these functions together? It'd be cool, right? So all I have to do for that is I just have to mention property or just say transition, and I give my background, and then I give my duration, and I could comment this out. I say, now this is a syntax used for comment, which most of us might already know. Save. So even though I haven't mentioned any of this, all the duration and all your rotation is happening. And that's because you can do it in one particular property itself. Now, before I wind up, there's one more thing that probably I might have missed out. That is your delay. Now, that's something that we have learned already. Let's see how our delay works. I say transition delay, and I say 2000 milliseconds. Like, let's have our transition occur after, now I'll just remove that. Now if you see, after 2 seconds, your box is appearing. After 2 whole seconds, your hover is occurring. See that? And nobody wants such a huge delay, right? So maybe 1 second or 500 millisecond. Even that seems a bit slow, but it's again fine. Now, if I don't have this and save it, it's quick enough. Right, now that we've almost addressed all our properties, we can put all our properties in the transition. Like I have already told you, I'm going to mention background and my duration and my ease in. Let's add my delay as well, just to see all our properties appear there. I have my transform also. I'm gonna spell it out right. Now I comment the rest of it with your all our properties are still being uploaded. So now instead of applying all these properties singularly, you can use one particular property command and implement all your given transition properties.
In this enormously growing technology trends, testing plays a vital role in software development, and we require a tool which can perform all desired actions. And one name you can think of here is Selenium. Selenium is one of the most predominantly used testing tool which provides all possible functionalities to test a web application. So let's begin this session by learning about what are element locators. As Selenium is an open source portable framework, we can easily inspect the element on the web page and link it using proper codes. This element locators in Selenium make it easy to find an element on the web page. It can also be termed as an address that identifies a web element uniquely within that web page. These element locators are basically the HTML properties of a web element, which tells the tool, that is Selenium, about the action it needs to perform on the web element. So this is the proper introduction to what are element locators in Selenium. Now let's take a look at the different types of element locators that exist. The locators are of 6 types. We can locate any element on the web page using their ID, name, class, XPath, CSS selector, partial text, and link text. We'll understand these one by one. Okay, so first we'll start with the ID. This is the most common way of locating elements since the IDs are supposed to be unique for each element. This locator looks for an element in the web page having an ID attribute. The target format will be something like this. ID is equal to ID of the element. Okay, guys. So this is about the ID locator. Next, we'll move on to the name. Say if there is no ID present in the HTML code, how would you locate the element? We use the name locator. When there is no ID to use, the next worth seeing if the desired element has a name attribute or not. But it is for sure that the name cannot be unique all times. If there are multiple names, Selenium always performs actions on the first matching element. Locating element by name is very similar to locating by ID, except that we use the name as a prefix instead. So this is about the name locator. Now let's understand what is a link text. Finding an element with link text is very simple, but make sure there is only one unique link on the web page. If there are multiple links with the same link text, such as the repeated header or a footer and menu links, in such cases, Selenium will perform action on the first matching element with this link. This type of locator applies only to hyperlink text. We can access the link by prefixing our target with link and followed by the hyperlink text. So this is about the link text. Now what is a CSS selector? This whole session is mainly concentrated on this particular element locator, guys. Now let's understand what does it mean. CSS is mainly used to provide style rules for the web pages, and we can use it for identifying one or more elements in the web page. Once you start using CSS selector to locate an element, you will love the speed when it is compared to XPath. We can use the CSS selectors to make sure that the scripts run with the same speed in the Internet Explorer browser as well. CSS selector is always the best possible way to locate complex elements in the web page. This type of locator mainly uses some unique symbols in order to find an element. We'll learn more about it when we get to the introduction section. Now let's discuss about partial link text. In some situations, say you may need to find the links by the portion of the text in the link text element. In such situations, we use the partial link text to locate an element. Okay, the syntax goes something like this. Find element by partial link text where you provide the partial link text of the element. So this is about the partial link text. Now let's move on to another important element locator in Selenium, that is the XPath. XPath is a standard navigation tool for XML, and an HTML document is also an XML document, that is XHTML. This XPath is used everywhere where there is XML. It is designed to allow the navigation of XML documents with the purpose of selecting the individual elements, attribute, or some other part of an XML document. The syntax goes something like this. It always starts with two consecutive slashes, that is two backslashes, followed by the tag name and square bracket where you have to select the attribute that specifies the select function and specify the attribute and also provide the value of the attribute so that you can locate the element on the web page. So this is everything you need to know about the different types of locators in Selenium, guys. Now let's move on to our key point of this session, that is the CSS selector, and also understand what is the importance of this locator and why is it used. CSS, Cascading Spreadsheets, is a style sheet language used to describe the presentation of a document written in a markup language like HTML. You might think, what does CSS have to do with Selenium? Well, we locate a web element by using the corresponding HTML code. This method is very fast compared to XPath, which is one of the most popularly used element locators. Then why does it have more importance than other locators? Well, to answer this, I would say this method is very simple as it uses certain symbols for locating an element on the web page. So this is about the CSS selector. Now let's take a look at the syntax and a few basic commands that are used. The syntax of the CSS selector goes something like this. The HTML tag followed by the unique symbol used to locate the element and the value of the attribute that is present. This syntax follows when the ID attribute is present. Now, what if there is no ID present? How would you locate an element without an ID? Say if the class attribute is present or the name. Again, we use the unique symbol to identify the element on the web page. Say if the class attribute is present, we are going to use the dot between the HTML tag and the value of the attribute. Now, say if there is no ID specified nor the class, how would you find the element using CSS in this case? We use different symbols that helps us in locating the elements. As you can see, there are three different commands here. For partial values, say if you want to search for a partial value of the target element, you can do it using CSS selector by using the command HTML tag followed by the locator and asterisk specifies that it is a partial value. Now say if you want to match a prefix of a particular element on the web page, you can do it using the CSS selector by using this command HTML tag followed by the attribute and a caret symbol and also specify the prefix of the string. This caret is the symbolic notation to match a string using the prefix. Now, if you want to match the particular element with the matching suffix, how would you do that? We use a dollar symbol in order to find the suffix of an element on the web page. Now, say if you want to find an element which is nested below, say if there is a header, say if there is immediate child and there is the ancestors and so on, how would you find the grandchild of an element? Using CSS selector, we can use the inner text to do the job. Inner text helps us identify and create the CSS selector using a string pattern that the HTML tag manifests on the web page. The syntax goes something like this. HTML tag followed by colon contains and the text that you want to search for. This colon sign symbolizes the contains method. What is a contains method? Contains method is a value of a class attribute which is being accessed. And the text is a particular element on the web page that you want to search. Okay, so these are the basic syntax and commands that you need to know when you're working on the CSS selector. However, in the end, CSS covers almost every element on the web page and makes the process of finding the element easy. Now, let's move on to the most interesting part of this session where I will show you how CSS Selector works. In this demo section, we'll try automating a very famous e-commerce website, ebay.com. So to do that, we require the Java libraries present in our system and also an IDE where we can write our code. As you can see that I already have the Eclipse IDE present here. We consider using the Eclipse IDE because it is user-friendly and provides various functionalities. Now, if you want to check if the Java libraries are present, just go to the command prompt and type Java version. This specifies the version of Java installed in your system. Okay, now let's click on our latest Eclipse IDE, launch the process. This is the Eclipse workspace, guys. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be automating a website called eBay.com. So to do that, we require a project under which we'll write our code to automate the web page. So first we'll create a new project. So to do that, go to File, go to New. You can't see a Java project here. Okay, so just go to Other and type Java. You can find that there is a Java project here. Just click on it. It asks for a name, so I'm going to give this as CSS Selectors Selenium. Okay, just click on Finish. No. You can see that the folder by the name of your project is being created, and you can also find the Java libraries present here, and the source field is where we'll write our piece of code. So first, let's link the Selenium libraries to our project. So to do that, right click on your project, just go to Build Path and Configure Build Path and add external jars. So we require the Selenium libraries now. So these libraries can be easily downloaded using Selenium's official website. So now I'm just going to click on this, copy this. Okay, go to the lib Control A and open. And we require Selenium standalone server. Okay, so these are the Selenium libraries which we require in our project. So you can see that there is another folder being created of the name referenced libraries, where all our Selenium libraries are present. Now, in order to write the piece of code, we are going to create a package under which we'll write our class. Just create a package. Package always starts in the reverse order. So I'm just going to write Edureka, _Edureka, and finish. Okay, you can see that the package is being created. Now right click on the package and go to class. It creates a class. So I'm going to name this as demo class and select the main function and click on finish. So you can see that the project comes under the package _Edureka, under which the demo class resides, and we are going to write our piece of code under the main function. So first we need to set the driver to a particular browser driver. So in order to do that, I'm going to set the system property to the driver that we prefer. So I'm going to prefer working on Chrome driver in this case. So I'm just going to write WebDriver.Chrome.driver, and this argument specifies the path in which it resides. So let's see where this Chrome driver resides. You can see that there is a folder here which says Chrome, and just copy this Chrome driver path and go back to our project and paste the location over here. One thing you need to know when you're writing the path is you have to specify if it is an executable file or not. Without that, you cannot execute any project on Chrome. So I'm just going to specify the extension, that is Chrome driver.exe. This is the executable file. Okay. Now we need to link the WebDriver instance to the new Chrome driver. So to do that, I'm going to create an object of the WebDriver and call it the driver and instantiate it with the new Chrome driver. You can see that it is throwing an error on the WebDriver as well as the Chrome driver. So I'm just going to click on this. It says import WebDriver, which means we are going to import the WebDriver packages to our project. The same goes with the Chrome driver as well. Import it. Okay. And after this, we need to get the URL of the web page that we want to perform actions on. So I'm going to consider the object of the WebDriver, that is driver.get, which is of the form string, and specify the URL of the web page. So in this case, it is the ebay.com. So http ebay.com. Okay. Specify the URL. Now we need to find the element on the web page. So first, let's Google search it. We'll search for ebay.com. So this is our web application, guys. We are going to perform all our operations on this web page. So now say if you want to search for this particular element on the web page. Each element in this page is considered as a web element. So say if you want to search for this particular element, I'm going to inspect this by right clicking. You can see that the corresponding HTML code for this location is present here. and the ID is present, which is the CSS locator. One good thing about Selenium is that it allows the plugins to work with them. So Selenium also supports a plugin called Chropath, where you can easily find the XPath and the CSS selector of the location. So to get more information about this Chropath, how it works and how elements can be located using Chropath, just check out the link that is put up in the description of this video. So you can see that the CSS selector of this element location is present. So I'm just going to copy this and go back to my project. And now I'm going to write a corresponding code to that location. So considering the object of the web element, driver dot find element by, I'm going to consider this by the CSS selector and also specify the CSS selector within quotes. So hash will be the string selector of the web element, and I'm going to send keys to that particular location. So send keys. Say if I want to search for one of the trending fonts, 1+60. Okay. Now we've found the search box on the web page, and then we've sent keys to that particular location. And now we need to search for the search icon on the web page. Let's close this. Now I'm going to inspect this search button here. Inspect it. You can see that the ID is present here too. So just go to the Chropath. Relative path is present. Absolute path is also specified. And the CSS selector of this particular location is also present because ID is present. So copy this location and go back to our project and write the corresponding code. It is driver.find element by CSS selector, and I'm going to specify the location of the CSS selector and click because it's a button. Okay, so let's see what happens while we execute this program. So I'm just going to save this program and run it. Okay, it opened the website, it checks for 1+60 and clicks the search button. I think you guys have understood how this works. Now say if you want to modify this particular process, how would you do that? Let's take a look. Now say if you want to perform scrolling through a web page and also try using the different element locators like the dollars, the caret and so on. So we can do that using this commands here. So first let's maximize the web page. So it is driver.manage.window.maximize. So this particular command helps in maximizing the web page. Now say if you want to perform actions like scrolling down through a page and so on. We can do that using the JavaScript executor. This JavaScript executor is an interface between the Selenium WebDriver and the UI interface. So now I'm going to add the JavaScript executor here and also create an object of the same and call it JS is equal to JavaScript executor. And we'll also link this JavaScript executor to the driver. Okay, you can see that the JavaScript executor is throwing an error. So I'm just going to import the JavaScript executor functions and packages into a project. So now let's scroll down through the web page using the JavaScript executor. So I'm going to consider the object of the JavaScript executor JS.ExecuteScript. We'll consider only one argument in this case and specify the function window.scrollBy by specifying the axis in which I want it to scroll through. So I'm going to specify 300. I'm going to delete the argument here. Okay, now let's save this and run it. Maximizes the page, searches for 1+60 and scrolls down. Okay, so this is a very simple program, guys. Now say I search it manually, 1+60, and click on the search button and scrolling through it. Now say if you want to search for this particular element on the web page, I'm going to inspect it. And you can see that the class is present here, which is an element locator in Selenium again. So this span, that is the HTML tag of the particular element, is span. Okay, so we'll write our code. Click Ctrl F where the code comes up. So I'm going to consider the span, use the dot. Okay. You can see that this particular element is being located here using this particular command. Okay. So the dot operator helps in specifying the class of the particular element. Now say if you want to search for the immediate child class after the parent class. So you can see that the division tag is a parent tag of this span. So I'm going to consider the parent tag first, that is div greater than. Now talking about the other commands that we use in order to locate the elements, we can use the partial text link. So I'm going to consider this class here. I'm going to copy this class and click Control F, where you can get the search box. So I'm going to specify the tag associated with it, which is span, followed by the locator class and an asterisk, and specify this element location. Now say if you don't want to write the entire code, so I'm just going to write item price. So I'm going to take off this S. So even in this case, you can see that it is locating to the same position. So this is how we use the star operator in the CSS selector, guys. So now if you want to search the element by its prefix or the suffix, you can use caret or the dollar symbol.
Bootstrap and Tailwind are both super popular CSS frameworks, but they take completely different approaches. Bootstrap gives you pre-built style components for quick development, while Tailwind offers utility classes for full customization. So which one should you use and which one is better? In this video, we will break down both frameworks, compare their pros and cons, and help you to decide best fit for your project. So stick around till the end. Let's have a look at what is Bootstrap. Bootstrap is one of the most widely used CSS frameworks for a good reason. It makes web development faster and easier. It comes with a set of pre-built design components like buttons, models, and grids. So you don't have to write CSS from the scratch, you can just add a class and you get a fully styled element instantly. For example, if you need to add a button instead of writing the custom CSS, you can simply use this. Bootstrap also includes a powerful grid system that makes responsive design a breeze. That's why it is a go-to choice for developers who want a quick professional-looking UI without spending so much time on styling. But while Bootstrap is a great for speed and consistency, it does have some limitations, especially when it comes to deep customization. So now that we understand Bootstrap, let's move on to the Tailwind CSS and see how it works. So Tailwind CSS is utility first class framework that takes a completely different approach compared to Bootstrap. Instead of providing a pre-built components, it gives you a utility class to build your own design from scratch. For example, if you need a button, you don't use predefined class like Bootstrap. Instead, you combine multiple utility classes. Let's have a look at this example. So another cool thing about Tailwind is its just-in-time compiler, which generates only the style you need, making your final CSS much smaller and optimized for performance. So now that we have compared the Bootstrap and Tailwind, let's dive into the key differences between them. Choosing the right framework depends upon several factors. Let's go through them one by one. So the first one that we have is design approach. Bootstrap comes with pre-styled components like buttons, forms, models. Everything is ready to use. You just add a class and get fully polished UI instantly. On the other hand, Tailwind doesn't give up pre-built designs. Instead, it provides you utility class that lets you to style everything from scratch, giving you a complete design freedom. So we have already seen an example that to create a button in Bootstrap and Tailwind. So if you want ready-made styles, Bootstrap is way to go, but if you prefer complete control over your design, Tailwind is better. The next one we have customization. Bootstrap is great if you want a standard clean UI without tweaking much. You can customize it, but it requires overriding styles. Tailwind gives you a full control over the look of your site from the start, making it a perfect for unique designs. So if you want quick styling, Bootstrap is win, but if you need complete creative freedom, Tailwind is a better choice. Next we have is learning curve. Bootstrap is easier for beginners because everything is pre-styled. You don't need to write much in CSS. Tailwind takes a little more time to learn since you have to get comfortable with utility classes, but once you do, it can be faster and more efficient. So think of it like this. Bootstrap is like pre-made meal you just heat and eat. While Tailwind is like cooking from scratch, you control the ingredients, but it takes efforts. So if you're just starting out, Bootstrap is simpler, but if you're willing to learn, Tailwind can be more powerful in the long time. So the next one is performance and file size. Bootstrap comes with a lot of built-in styles. Even if you don't use them all, this can lead a slightly larger CSS file. While Tailwind's just-in-time compiler removes unused styles, making it lightweight and optimized. So for better performance and smaller file sizes, Tailwind is a clear edge. The next one that we have is community and ecosystem. Bootstrap has been around for over a decade, so it has a huge community, tons of documentation, and many third-party themes. While Tailwind is newer but growing fast, with tools like Tailwind UI that can help to accelerate the development. So if you want a well-established framework with tons of ready-to-use components, Bootstrap is a great choice. But if you want modern, customizable approach, Tailwind is the future. So now that we know the key differences, let's talk about when to use Bootstrap and when to use Tailwind. So first of all, let's cover when to use Bootstrap. If you need a quick and responsive design, Bootstrap's pre-built components make it easy to create a fully functional website without spending time on styling. The next one is if you're working on projects with the tight deadlines. If you need to deliver a clean UI fast, Bootstrap is way to go. Next one is if you are a beginner or working with a team of non-designers. Since Bootstrap comes with ready-made styles, even developers without strong design background can create professional-looking websites. The next one is if your project follows standard UI patterns, you are building something like dashboard, admin panel, or corporate website, Bootstrap provides a solid structured design. So if speed and ease of use are your priority, Bootstrap is a great choice. Now let's move on to when to use Tailwind. The first one is when you want complete design flexibility, Tailwind lets you to build custom UIs without being restricted to predefined styles. The next one is if you're working on highly unique or creative projects. If you need a unique branded design that stands out, Tailwind is a better choice than Bootstrap's generic styles. The next one is performance is a major concern. Since Tailwind's JIT compiler removes unused styles, it keeps your CSS file small and optimized. So next one is if you prefer writing CSS within HTML, Tailwind's utility classes lets you to style elements directly within your markup, reducing the need of external style sheets. And the last one that we have is if you are building a scalable project, Tailwind works well with the large-scale applications where maintainability and customizability are important. So if you want control over your styling and lightweight optimized framework, Tailwind is way to go. So now before we wrap up with the final verdict, let's take a quick look on the pros and cons of both Bootstrap and Tailwind. So now first let us start with the Bootstrap pros and cons. Let's focus on the pros first. So the first one that we have is quick and easy to use. It has pre-built components that saves your time. So the next one that we have is responsive by default. After that we have large community and documentations. And after that we have is ideal for beginners. It is easy to learn with a minimal effort. Now let's move on to the cons. So the first one that we have is it is less flexible. It has larger file size. And the last one that we have is it can look generic. That means many Bootstrap websites may have similar appearance. Now let's focus on the pros and cons of Tailwind. So in the pros we have it is highly customizable. Next one that we have is lightweight and optimized. That means JIT compiler removes the unused CSS. After that we have is faster development in a long run. So once you master the utility classes, styling is efficient. After that we have is great for unique projects, as it is perfect for custom UIs and creative designs. Now let's move on to the cons. So the first one we have is steeper learning curve. That means it takes time to get used to utility classes. After that we have is no pre-built components. That means everything has to be styled manually. And at last we have can clutter the HTML. That means with too many utility classes, it can make the code harder to read. So now that we have compared the pros and cons of both frameworks, it's time to answer the final question, which is truly better. So the choice between Bootstrap and Tailwind CSS depends upon your project specifics. So Bootstrap is ideal for rapid development with pre-built style components, making it accessible for beginners and suitable for projects requiring standard UI patterns. After that, we have a Tailwind CSS, which offers greater design flexibility through utility classes, resulting in smaller optimized CSS files, which is beneficial for performance-focused projects. So consider your project's requirements, timeline, and desired level of customization when choosing between these two frameworks. How does CSS actually work behind the scenes? Here's a simple breakdown. When you load the web page, the browser starts by loading the HTML file. The HTML is the structure of your web page. The browser parses the HTML and builds the DOM tree, which maps the all elements in your web page. At the same time, the browser loads the CSS file linked to your HTML. It then parses the CSS to understand the styling rules like colors, fonts, and layouts. Next, the browser attaches the CSS style to the DOM tree, combining the structure from HTML with the styles from CSS. Finally, it renders the page on your screen, displaying the fully styled web page. Now that we have seen how CSS works behind the scenes, let's dive into the top 6 CSS frameworks that can simplify your styling process and speed up your development. The first CSS framework we will explore is Bootstrap. Bootstrap is widely used front-end framework designed to streamline the creation of responsive, mobile-friendly, and modern websites. Developed by Twitter, it combines HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to provide pre-built components and a robust system for building a clean and consistent web designs. With Bootstrap, developers can save time by leveraging its extensive library of pre-styled components and layouts, eliminating the need to write everything from scratch. Now let's look at its key features. First one we have is a mobile approach, which prioritizes responsiveness for smaller devices and scale-up for larger screens. The next one is built-in components such as forms, buttons, cards, and models to speed up your development. And the next one is JavaScript plugins, including features like tooltips, carousels, and accordions to add interactivity without external libraries. The next one we have is customizable grid system that makes your layout management flexible and easy. And then there is active community support, ensuring regular updates, a wealth of tutorials, and a large pool of resources to learn from. With its versatility and ease to use, Bootstrap remains one of the top choices for both beginners and experienced developers alike. So next one we have is Tailwind CSS, a unique utility for CSS framework that focuses on providing developers with low-level utility classes. This approach allows you to build completely custom designs directly within HTML, giving you unparalleled control over the styling without writing separate CSS files. What sets Tailwind apart is its flexibility and minimal restrictions. Let's look at its standout features. The first one is utility-first design philosophy, which means you can use predefined classes for spacing, colors, typographic, and more to build your layout. The next one is full customization, allowing you to tweak the default configuration or extend them to fit your project needs. The next one is built-in responsive design utilities to create layouts and adapt seamlessly to different screen sizes. The next one is it enforces no opinionated styles, so you start with a blank slate, enabling complete creative freedom. The JIT just-in-time compiler generates only the necessary styles, ensuring smaller CSS file sizes and faster performance. And lastly, its extensive ecosystem and plugins provide additional tools and integrations to streamline development even further. Tailwind CSS is perfect for developers who want precise control and efficiency while creating fully customized designs. After exploring Tailwind CSS, let's dive into another popular framework that is lightweighted and beginner-friendly, that is Bulma. Bulma is a modern CSS framework built on Flexbox, designed to simplify the process of developing responsive and stylish web design. Unlike some frameworks, Bulma doesn't rely on JavaScript, making it a lightweight and highly focused on CSS. It's especially beginners-friendly and provide a clean, easy-to-understand syntax that reduces the learning curve for the new developers. Now let's look at what makes Bulma stand out. The first one is Flexbox-based. Bulma uses Flexbox as its core, allowing the developers to create flexible and consistent layout without extra effort. The next one is responsive grid system. It has a robust grid system that automatically updates 2 different screen sizes, ensuring your website looks great on any device. The next one is built-in utility classes. With its predefined utility classes, you can easily add spacing, colors, alignment, and more without writing custom CSS. The next one is easy customization. It is fully customizable, meaning you can adjust its styles and components to fit your project's design requirements. The next one is pre-styled components. It offers ready-made components like buttons, cards, models, and forms, saving you a lot of development time. And the last one we have is lightweight and modular. You only need to include a feature you use, keeping your project lightweight and fast. It's perfect for developers looking for a straightforward framework that provides all the essential tools to create modern and responsive web design. So now, after exploring Bulma and its features, let's move on to the another versatile CSS framework, that is Foundation, which is known for its flexibility and enterprise-level capabilities. So Foundation is a responsive front-end framework designed to create robust and accessible websites. So what makes it stand out is its flexibility, making it ideal for enterprise-level projects while supporting mobile-first development. So it comes with the impressive features like mobile-first approach. It ensures your designs are optimized for smaller screens before scaling up to the larger devices. The next one is advanced accessibilities. It helps you to build websites that are inclusive and usable for everyone. The next one is motion UI. You can easily add dynamic animations and transition to make your websites more engaging. The next one is responsive grid system. This lets you create layouts that adapt seamlessly to different screen sizes. And the next one is UI components. It offers pre-designed components that save development time while maintaining the consistency. And the next one is SAS integration. Lastly, with SAS, you get powerful styling capabilities to make your design more efficient and customizable. So if you're looking for a reliable framework to tackle complex web projects, Foundation is definitely worth considering. So now let's move on to the next framework, that is Material UI. It is a React-based library designed to simplify the process of creating modern and responsive user interfaces. It follows Google's material design guidelines and provides a wide range of pre-built, customizable components, helping the developers to save time and ensure consistency in their designs. With its seamless React integration, robust theming options, and responsive design support, MUI is an excellent choice for building professional-grade application. So now let's look at its feature. The first one is Material Design Compliance. It ensures all the components align with Google's material design standards, offering a consistent and professional look. The next one is React Integration. Built specifically for React, MUI integrates smoothly to enhance the development experience. The next one is Pre-built Components. It includes the rich library of ready-to-use UI elements, reducing the need to build the components from scratch. The next one is Theming and Customization. It offers the powerful theming tools, allowing the developers to tailor design to specific branding needs. And the last one is Responsive Design. It automatically updates layout to fit the screen size, ensuring a great user experience across the devices. So wrapping up our exploration of CSS frameworks, let's dive into the last one on our list. That is Semantic UI, known for its simplicity and intuitiveness. Semantic UI stands out as a modern CSS framework designed to make the web development simpler and more intuitive. What makes it special is its use of human-readable classes name. You can write code that almost reads like plain English. This not only improves the code readability but also helps the developer to quickly understand the structure and the purpose of style applied. Let's break down its key feature. The first one is human-readable class name. This makes your code semantic and easy to understand, reducing the learning curve for new developers. The next one is pre-styled components. For buttons to models, you can have a wide range of pre-designed elements to use right out of the box. The next one is responsive design. Built with adaptability in mind, it ensures the web page looks great across all devices. The next one is custom theming. Tailor the framework to match your branding or design preferences by tweaking its themes and settings. And the last one is integration friendly. It plays well with other libraries and frameworks, making it a versatile choice for modern development projects. So suppose you are looking for a framework that simplifies the process of building visually appealing and responsive websites while keeping your code semantic. In that case, Semantic UI might just be your go-to choice. So before we conclude, let's take a closer look at the comparison between two most widely used CSS frameworks, that is Bootstrap and Tailwind CSS. In the world full of CSS frameworks, Bootstrap and Tailwind CSS are two most popular and frequently debated options. While both are powerful tools, they cater to different needs and approaches of web development process. Let's compare their key aspects. First, let's talk about their approach. Bootstrap is predefined and it comes with ready-to-use components, making it easier for quick development. On the other hand, Tailwind is customizable and allows you to build your own designs using utility classes. Next is styling. Bootstrap is component-based, which means it provides pre-styled components like buttons and navbars. Tailwind CSS is utility-based, giving you a small reusable classes to style elements directly. When it comes to customization, Bootstrap has more fixed structure, so it's easier to use but harder to customize deeply. Tailwind, however, is flexible, allowing you to tweak designs extensively. Lastly, we have size. Bootstrap tends to be a bit bulkier because of its pre-built components. Tailwind is lightweight as you only use the style you need, so it keeps the size minimal. So which one you should use, it depends upon your project. Use Bootstrap for faster development with predefined components or Tailwind for complete design flexibility. In conclusion, Bootstrap is excellent for developers looking for ready-to-use solution, while Tailwind CSS caters to those who prioritize flexibility and creativity. Both frameworks are widely used, so the choice ultimately depends upon your project goals and personal preferences.
Alright, you all need to understand the relationship between HTML and CSS in order to understand how a website can be built using HTML and CSS. Now guys, think of HTML as the skeleton of your web. It basically defines the structure of the web. On the other hand, CSS is like our clothes. We put on fashionable clothes to look better. Similarly, the web uses CSS for styling purpose. So guys, before we start creating the website, let's look at the prerequisites. Alright, so first of all, you'll need a code editor. I'll be using Visual Studio Code to type the entire code, but you can use any code editor you're comfortable with. I personally switch between Sublime Text and Visual Studio Code. Alright, now apart from that, you must have a good understanding about HTML and CSS. If you guys aren't familiar with these languages, I suggest you go and read about them. I'll also leave a link in the description so you can go and check out our content on HTML and CSS, and then you can come back and create this website. Okay, so guys, it's important for you all to have a basic understanding of HTML and CSS. Guys, you don't have to be a master in CSS and HTML in order to build a website. You just require the basic functions and the basic concepts of HTML and CSS to create a simple website. Alright, so guys, I'll be creating a website for you dog lovers out there. Let's take a look at how the website looks. Alright, so guys, this is how the website is. There is a cute little dog in the background. It is basically a dog adoption website, and here you can see there are several buttons, and when you hover over these buttons, they have a background. Apart from that, there is an Adopt Now button, and there is a cute little tagline to our website. So we're going to do all of this from scratch in less than 15 minutes. Okay, so guys, without any further ado, let's get started. Alright, so guys, we're going to begin with creating a new folder. It's always a good practice to store your entire code in a single folder. So I'm just going to name this folder as website, and we have this image of a puppy which I'll be using as a background image for my website. So I'm just going to drag this image and put it into my folder. Now throughout this demo, I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code as my code editor. Alright, I find it very compatible, so it's a good choice for me. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag this folder that I created and I'll paste it into Visual Studio Code. Alright, so here you can see that there's a website folder with a puppy image. Okay, now let's start with coding HTML and CSS. So first of all, you'll need to create two files. Alright, so first is the HTML file, which I'm going to name index.html, and similarly I'm going to open a CSS file and I'll name it style.css. So I'm going to begin with HTML tags, of course, and I'm going to add head tags, and within the head tags I'm going to define a title for our website. Okay, let's name it website using HTML and CSS. Okay, so guys, you can name it whatever you like. This is just the title of the website. I'm also going to link my CSS file in my HTML file. So for that, let's just give the name of the file, which is style.css. All right. And style sheet. So for those of you who know CSS and HTML, know what exactly I'm doing. Now, like I mentioned before, if you're not familiar with the basic concepts of HTML and CSS, please look up the courses that I'll leave in the description box below. Go through them and then come back to this video, because you only require the basics of HTML and CSS in this website. All right. Okay, so I've created head tags over here, title tags, and I've also linked my CSS file. Okay, let me just save this and let's go to the style.css file. So I'm going to begin with adding a margin and a padding to the entire website. So that's what I'm doing here. All right, margin and padding. Okay. Now let's define body tags over here. Within body tags, I'm going to define header tag. Okay. Let's just leave this empty for a while and let's style the header now. Sorry for the spelling mistake. So I've just selected the header. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the puppy image as the background image over here. So background image, and you have to mention the URL. All right. Now URL here is basically the path to the image. Now since my puppy image is in this folder itself, I'm just going to write puppy.jpg. So guys, if you had this image in any other folder, then you just mention the path of that folder. Okay. So I've set the background image. Now I'm just going to fix the height and background size of the image. All right. And let's fix the background size. Similarly, I'm going to fix the background position as center. All right, let's save this. And now let's see how our website looks so far. Okay, so I'm going to reveal an explorer and open this file. So guys, this is how our website looks for now. Like, the image is quite clear, but what we want to do is we want to make it blurry because it's a background image, or we want to decrease the opacity of the image. So we'll be doing that later on. For now, let's add the navigation menus. So guys, when I showed you all the website, there was home button and there was about button and all of that. That is the navigation menu of the website. So let's add navigation menus now. All right, so we're going back to the HTML file. I'm going to define a div and let's give it a class. Right, so I'm naming it top. Okay, this is basically for the navigation menu. Now I'm going to put the navigation menu in an unordered list. Okay, I'll give it a class name as well. Let's name it navigation menu. Okay. Now I'm going to add a list of links over here. So the first one would be, now these are just empty links because we're not coding the back end of this website, just the front end. So I'm just defining an empty link over here and I'll name this as home. All right, so what I did here was I added an empty link over here called home. Okay. Now I'm just going to copy paste this because we have around 5 such links. Okay. Let's name this about. So usually in all the websites you see these navigation menus which have home, about, or which have contact, services, and so on. That's exactly what I'm doing here. All right. Let's name this one as breeds. So basically the breeds of the dogs. Okay. Now this can be adoption, since this is a dog adoption website. Okay. And lastly, I'll add contact. Okay. So this is how it looks. So guys, what I've done here is I've added 5 empty links over here. Okay. Now let's just save this file. Let's look at how our website looks. Okay. Alright, you can see all of these links are on the left hand side. Now what we want to do is we want to get these links on the top right corner. Okay, we want to align it horizontally as well. Okay, so let's start by doing that. Let's go back to the Visual Studio Code and I'm going to go into the style.css file. And what I'm going to do is I'll select the navigation menu class. Let me select that and I'm just going to float all of the elements to the right. This will just position all the list items to the right. Okay, and let's also set the list style to none and I'm just adding a margin on top. Okay, setting it to 30 pixels. All right, let's save and let's see if there's any change. All right, Now you can see that all of them are aligned to the right hand of the page, but they're all aligned vertically. Okay, I want them to align horizontally over here. So let's change that. Now going back to the CSS file, what we're going to do is we're going to select the navigation menu. In that, we're going to select all the list items. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the display as inline block. Let's see what happens when we do this. Okay, let's save the file. Let's open this up. So guys, I made a small mistake over here. I'm supposed to add dot because I'm selecting a class. In order to select a class, you add this dot notation. Okay, so now let's save this. This will basically align all of the links horizontally. All right, let's save it and let's see if it works. All right, refresh. And here now you can see that all of these links are aligned next to each other. Okay, this is exactly what I wanted. Let's add some padding. Let's change the font size, font color, and all of that. Okay, so let's go back to our CSS file. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select navigation menu class. After that, I'll select the list items within which I'll select the anchor tags. Okay, so basically all the links. Now I'm going to change the color. I'll set it to turquoise. So guys, you can change this and you can do whatever you want. Like if you want to have a different color or if you want to have a formal business kind of a website, you can do that as well. Okay, I'm going to set this to none and let's add a padding. All right, I'm going to add a padding of 5 pixels by 20 pixels. Okay, now I'm going to set the font. Okay, so I'm selecting the font family. I'm going to add Verdana. So guys, you don't have to do all of this. I'm just doing this so that the website looks more attractive. All right, you can mix it up and add your own functions, own styling functions. And please do share your website picture with us. We'll be very happy to see your progress in this. So here we just styled all the links. All right, now let me just open the website and let's see how it looks. All right, I'm just going to refresh. Now there's enough space between the links and also the color has changed. Okay, but for some reason you cannot see the navigation menu because the background image is too opaque. So let's blur out the background image or let's make it a little bit transparent. Okay, go to your CSS file and scroll up. All right, go here where you added your image, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an opacity function to this. So I'm basically going to make it a little bit transparent. Okay, so RGBA, where A is for opacity. All right, all right, so I'm basically trying to set the opacity of the image. Okay, y'all can do this or y'all can set it according to your needs. Okay, so I'm just going to save this and now let's look at our website. Now you can see this entire navigation menu. Okay, so this is exactly what I wanted to do. Now let's go back to our HTML file. So guys, when we're on the website and when we are on the home page, I want this home link to get highlighted. All right, so for that, let's go back to the HTML file and let's just add a class to this home link. Okay, I'm going to add a class. Let's call it home button. Okay, now that I've added a class to this home link, let's style it. Okay, so let's go to style.css. I'm going to select the home button class and let's add some border to it. Okay, so I'm going to add a border of 1 pixel solid gray, and similarly I'm going to add a background color. I'll set it to white. Now let's save the file and let's see if these changes are visible. Okay, open up the website. Yeah, so this basically shows that I'm on the home button. Now I'm just going to add the hovering effect on all of these buttons so that they get highlighted every time I'm hovering around them. Okay, and let's try and do that. So for that, go back to your CSS file and select the navigation menu. All right, and within that select all the links and add the hover function on them. Okay, and let's give it some properties. Okay, so the border, I'll again set it to 1 pixel solid gray. Similarly, I'll add a background color. All right, I'll set this to white. Now let's save and let's see if this works. So you see that when I'm hovering around the buttons get highlighted. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to add a tagline to my website. Since it's a dog adoption website, I want to add a cute tagline. So I'm going back to my HTML file. I'm creating a div and let's give it a class. Let's say tagline. All right. And let me define my tagline now. So my tagline is share your home with a cute dog. All right. So let's just save and let's see how this looks. Alright, so this tagline has come on top. What I want to do is, because this is a tagline, I want it at the center. Okay, and I want to change the color and the font of this. So let's go back to the CSS file and let's start styling. Okay, so I'm going to select the tagline class and let's add some parameters to this. So first of all, the position, I'll set the position to absolute. Alright, I'll also adjust the width. Okay, 1200 pixels, and I'll set the margin on the left and margin top. Now I also want to style this text. Alright, now this text is within h1 tags. So let's select the h1 tags first and let's style it. Okay, h1, and let's set the color to white. And I also want to change the font size. I'll set this to 50 pixels, and similarly font family, set it to Verdana. Alright, and I'll also align the text at the center because this is a tagline and I want it at the center. Okay, I also want to set the margin. Okay, so we'll select 275 pixels. Okay, so let me save this and let's see if it brings changes to the website. Okay, so refresh, and yes. Okay, this is exactly how I want it. Okay, so you can reduce the size of the font, or you can play with it, change the tagline, or have it somewhere else. Okay, so just play with the website, make it look interactive. I'll leave all of that to y'all. I'm sure all of you are creative enough to do that. Okay, and next what I'm going to do is I want a small button over here which says adopt now. Okay, immediately after this tagline, I want a button which says adopt now. Okay, or anything which says adopt or something like that. So for that, I'm going to go back to my HTML file and I'll define another div over here. Okay, I'll give it a class, let's say adopt. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'll add a link which will say adopt now. Okay, it's an empty link because we're just coding the front end. I'll give it a class. It's always a good idea to give class or identifiers to your HTML tags. Okay, that way you can select them easily and then you can manipulate them. Okay, so I'll name it adopt now. Alright, let's save this. Let's see how the website looks. Okay, you can see that this link has come on the left side of the page. Now I want it exactly at the center below this line. Okay, let's style that. So go back to your CSS file and select the adopt class. Okay, adopt, and let's add some margin to this. Okay, so I'm adding a 30 pixel margin, also adding margin to the left. Okay, all right, now I want to style this link adopt now, so I'm going to select this bttn class and I'll style that class now. Okay, so dot button, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a border for this. Okay, so 1 pixel solid white. Okay, I'll also add padding. Okay, we'll set this to 10 pixels by 30. Okay, apart from this, I'll make the text as yellow. Okay, so I'm setting the color of the text to yellow, and I'll also change the font. It's always good to know different functions in CSS. There are hundreds of styling functions. Okay, the more you know, the better it is, because that way your website, it'll look more interactive because it'll have a lot more styling. So guys, don't add too much of style. It might look too congested, but it's totally up to you. I mean, y'all can do whatever you like. Okay, so I'm setting the font size and let's also set the text decoration to none. Okay, so I'm going to save the file and let's refresh this. Alright, so now you can see that there is a button called adopt now. I want to add the hover function over here as well, so let's go and do that. This is going to be the last step of our demo today. We're almost done. So first of all, select the div and then I'm going to select the link and I'll add the hover function. Alright, so I'm just going to set the background color. I've already given it good border, so I'm just going to change the background color. I'll set it to pearly wood. Okay, save the file and let's open up our website. So when I hover around this link, this background color changes. Okay, it's just like what we did over here. So guys, this is exactly how the website looks. Alright, so you can go ahead and change anything you want. You can change the font. You can have a website of cars or you can have a website about cats. It's up to you. But this is how you create a simple website. I hope all of you enjoyed coding with me. And also, if you want to make your website more interactive, for that we use JavaScript. So if you want to add any motion in your website, then you'd use JavaScript. You can check out our content on JavaScript and jQuery. Now jQuery is basically a JavaScript library which makes it very easy to use JavaScript functions. Okay, so I'm going to leave a link in the description about jQuery, JavaScript, HTML and CSS. Okay, so you can go ahead and add motions in your website and make it more interactive.
Why you should consider learning web development? So the first thing is it is easy to learn. Web development tools and technologies are designed to be friendly and easily accessible for beginners. With numerous online resources, tutorials, and communities, you can quickly start building your website and a web application even if you have no prior experience. The second thing is flexible work environment. Web development offers a highly flexible work environment. You can work from anywhere, whether it's home, a coffee shop, or while traveling. This flexibility is ideal for those who value work-life balance and prefer to set their schedules. And the next is high salary package. Web developers are high in demand and this demand translates into high salary packages. The average salary of a web developer in India is about 10 to 12 lakhs per annum and the average salary of a web developer in USA is about $120,000 per annum. The next thing is freelance opportunities. Web development opens up numerous freelance opportunities. Whether you want to work on project part-time or build a full-time freelance career, there is a vast market for web development services. And next on we have creative and fun. Web development is a perfect blend of creativity and skills. It allows you to express your creativity through design and problem solving while building an interactive and engaging website. The process of creating something from scratch can be highly satisfying and enjoyable. Understanding the reasons of learning web development is just the beginning. Now let's see what web development actually is. Web development is a process of creating and maintaining website and web applications that users interact with on internet. To understand web development, let's have a look on two familiar examples. And the first one is Amazon. On Amazon, everything including responsive design, navigation bar, product listing, shopping cart, wish list cart, and search bar are a result of web development. These features are designed to create seamless shopping experience for the users. Now similarly on YouTube, the navigation sidebar, subscription button, playlist creation, live streaming, video player, search bar, all are brought together to life through web development, offering an interactive and smooth user experience. So this is why web development is so important. It is used to create applications like Amazon and YouTube. If you want to build your web application, learning web development will be your first step. So now that we know what web development is, let's see how it works. Web development involves two key components. The first one is front-end. Front-end is the part user interacts with directly through web browsers. It includes all the visual elements you see on the website, such as button, text, and images. Next, we have backend. Backend is what happens behind the scenes. It involves web servers, where all the website's data and files are stored, business logic, which processes requests and handles the application's operation, database, where all the essential information is stored, And together these backend components ensure the website functions smoothly and can handle the user requests efficiently. Now that you understand web development, let's move on to the core technologies that makes it possible. First on we have HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is the backbone of any website. It structures the content by defining elements like heading, paragraph, images, links. Basically, it forms the skeleton of the web page. Then on we have CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It is responsible for websites' look and feel. It controls the layout, color, fonts, and overall visual appearance, allowing you to create visually appealing and responsive designs. And next on we have JavaScript. JavaScript adds interactivity to your website. It enables dynamic features like animation, form validation, and interactive element, making the website more engaging for the users. Now, without any further delay, let's set up our developing environment so you can start working on your first HTML program. So there are so many code editors in market, but the code editor that we are going to work on is Visual Studio Code. So to download Visual Studio Code, you just have to visit the official website of Visual Studio Code, and after that you have to just click on the download link. In case you are using Mac, you can download from this link, but we are using Windows, so I'll just click on this link. After clicking on that link, my download process has started. So after the file gets downloaded, we are just going to click here, and then we are going to click on I accept the agreement and then next. So this basically is the address of your Visual Studio Code. Just let it be as it is and click on next. Next. And here we are going to click on create a desktop icon and open with code, open with code. Then next. And then the last step is to install Visual Studio Code into our system. So the installation process has started. So here I can see that installation has been completed. We are just going to click on the finish button and that will launch our Visual Studio Code. So now we have successfully downloaded our Visual Studio Code. So now that we have installed Visual Studio Code, the next step is to install extension into our VS Code. So for installing extensions in our VS Code, we just need to click here and then we are going to search for extensions. So these extensions will help you to run HTML, CSS and JavaScript code in your VS Code. So I have been using VS Code for such a long time now, so these extensions are already installed in my VS Code. I'll just show you. So the first extension that you need is Live Server. So this Live Server basically will help you to run your HTML and CSS code in your VS Code. I'll just show you how to install. So after you'll click on Live Server, you'll get something like this and you just need to click on install. And after installing, this Go Live button will be added to your VS Code. That's it. Just like that, we are going to add auto close tag. So basically auto close tag will help you to close the HTML or XML code automatically. And after this, you need to add auto rename tag. This will also help to rename the HTML paired tag. And after this, you are going to add ESLint. So this ESLint will basically help JavaScript to run into your VS Code. And after this, let us add code formatter. So this is the code formatter that we are going to add. This will basically format the code and increase the readability of a code in VS Code. And we are going to add HTML and CSS support. So we are going to add this extension as well. So for now, let's, move on to creation of file into our Visual Studio Code. And these extensions would be enough for now. And for creating a file in your Visual Studio Code, first thing that you need to do is you need to add one folder in your VS Code. So for adding a folder, you just need to click on File, Open Folder, and we can just select any folder from our desktop or anywhere in our PC, and we can also create a new folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder here. So this new folder would be Basics. That's it. Select folder and this basics folder has been opened in my VS Code. So after opening a folder into our VS Code, first of all, we are going to create one file in our folder. So to create a file inside a folder, we are just going to click here and we are going to choose a name for our file. We are going to give it as first.html. So our HTML file has been created, and next we are going to create a CSS file, styl. I'll just give style.css. So now CSS file has been created, and then we are going to create a JavaScript file as well. So we are going to give it as a script.js. That's it. So this is how you create HTML, CSS and JavaScript file into your folder. So the steps are, you first need to add a folder in your VS Code, and inside that folder you are going to create multiple files. That's it. Now quickly just see how HTML works. So I'll just show you the code. I'll just run one single code. So let me write one heading. That's it. And you're going to save your code with Ctrl S, and then you're going to click on Go Live. Here you can see your web page, and this is the content that I wrote inside my web page. That's it. And this is how your Visual Studio Code functions. Now let us look at the overview at the basics of HTML, and then we'll again come to our Visual Studio Code and we'll learn how to run HTML codes. So now just quickly understand the basics of HTML. So we use tags in HTML for every specific purpose. So now we'll just quickly see what are some basic tags in HTML. First one we have is HTML tag. So any of the content that we want to include to our web page will be written inside the HTML tag, right? And after that we have head tag. Inside the HTML tag, first of all we are going to create head, and in head tag we basically mention all the headers of our web page. For example, title. So we use title tag to give title to our web document. We'll just practically see this within a minute. And after that we have as body tag. So apart from head section, apart from header, we need to include every specific thing. Everything that we need to see on our web page, we are going to include it in body section. So inside the body section we use heading to give heading to our web page. And after heading we use paragraph to write any paragraph in our web page. And that's it. These are some basic tags in HTML. And now we'll just go to our Visual Studio Code and we'll practically apply these tags. So we are just going to delete it, and from initial we'll understand what are the tags that are essential. So the first tag is doctype HTML. We basically use doctype HTML tag to tell the browser that the type of document we are writing is a hypertext markup language type. That's it. This is the use of doctype HTML tag. And after doctype HTML, we'll open our HTML tag. So as I have told you, everything that we are going to write will be included in the HTML tag. So inside the HTML, first tag we are going to create is head tag. Inside the head tag, we are going to mention the title of our web page with the help of title tag, right? So now inside the title tag, I am going to give the title my web page. That's it. And one more thing that we do inside our head tag is we link our CSS file to our HTML file. For that we use link tag. So link rel style sheet. This is basically written to tell that the document that we are linking is a style sheet. And after this we are going to give the address of the style sheet. So we are just going to mention the name, and which is style.css. That's it. This is the sign to close the tag, and we have successfully linked our HTML file with CSS file. That's it. Just save the document with Ctrl+S, move to the web browser, refresh it, and the heading has been gone because I have removed it. Now again we will go to our Visual Studio Code. We'll just create. So one thing we did not see. So this is basically the title of the web page. You'll provide a title and that will be appeared here. So this is the use of the title tag. So after the head tag, what we are going to do, we are going to create the body section. So inside the body section, we write headings, paragraphs, links, images and everything. First of all, we'll see heading. So for heading, we use h tag, and h tag varies from h1 to h6. We are going to see all of them. So we are going to write, this is my heading, right? We'll just copy this heading and we are going to paste it. That's it. And I'm going to change it to h2, h3, h4 and h5 and h6. That's it. I have written my heading from h1 to h6 and Control S and we'll move to our web page. So here you can see h1 to h6, h1 being the biggest and h6 being the smallest. So this is how heading tags work. And after this, we'll see the example of paragraph tag. So here paragraph has been included. So these are some basic tags which you include in your body section, which are heading tags and paragraph tags. So after learning heading tags and paragraph tags, we are going to learn about link tag. So to provide link in HTML, we use anchor tag and it is representing using A. So first of all, I'll write my paragraph. I'll write here visit, and after that I'm going to open my anchor tag and I'll give the reference. So inside this, we are going to mention our link. I have just pasted my link and after this, I'm going to close my anchor tag. So here we are going to write something, visit, let's say, Edureka. That's it, Control S and here it is. So the link has been created. I'm clicking on the link and I have been redirected to the Edureka's website. So that's it. This is how you use link tag. This is how you use anchor tag in HTML. So after learning anchor tag in HTML, what we are going to do, we are going to learn how to add image. So here I am going to give heading, image example. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy one image link. So I have copied one image example. Now let us learn how to add any image. So for that we use img tag and we give source to that image. Inside src, we are going to give the link of the image. This is the link that I have copied. And after that, we are going to give it an alt attribute. So alt attribute is basically given just in case your image is not loading. So instead of your image, that alt attribute text will be shown on the website. So that's it. We are going to close the image tag, Control S again and example. So this is the image that I have provided inside my link. So we can see the image. Now let us just take an example how alt attribute works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the image and save. So here we can see a cat because I have provided cat as my alt attribute. Again here I can see my image. So that's how you provide image using HTML. So the next thing in HTML that we are going to learn the creation of list. So again what we are going to do is we are going to provide a heading. So list example, that's it. And then let us create a list. So to create a list, I'm going to use UL. UL stand for unordered list. Likewise, if you want to create ordered list, you are going to use OL. So inside UL, LI stands for list items. So we give list items name inside LI tag. So we are going to give 3 list items. That's it. And then Control S and the output. The list has been created here, you can see. Now let me give you an example of ordered list. Just Control C, Control V, and what we are going to do, we are going to change here. Control S. So this is the example of ordered list. You can see here 1, 2, 3, and in unordered list you can see the dots or pointers. So after ordered list we have description list. So description list is represented using DL, and inside this we give DT, which stands for description terms. So we are going to give term 1, and then inside this we are going to give DD. So DD stands for definition description, and inside this what we are going to do, we are going to write something, definition of term 1. That's it. And again just copy this, Control S. Now let us look at the output. So this is how description list works. So these are the three types of list in HTML: ordered list, unordered list, and description list. So after covering list in HTML, we are going to move on to tables. How to create tables in HTML. So for that we are going to create one section. Section tag basically improves the readability of the code. So with this section tag, what we are going to do, first of all, we are going to give a class to our section tag. So the purpose of giving class is that it will group the multiple elements that share the same style or the behavior. So we basically give classes to the components and elements of HTML just to target them into CSS file. So I'm giving the class, let's say, table section. That's it. Closing the section, and now we'll create a table in HTML. So for that, first we'll give a heading, table example. That's it. Now after this, I'll just format document. I'll just use this. So my document has been formatted just because I have this extension in my VS Code. So that's it. After giving heading, we are going to start the creation of table. We are going to use table tag. Inside the table tag, we are going to create a table row, right? So inside the table row, we are going to mention TH, which stands for table header. We are going to provide table header as course, right? TH and duration of the course, let's say. Then one more header, let's say instructor. That's it. These are three headers of my table. After that, we are going to create one more table row. So for that, just copy this and paste it 3 times. So just change the content inside it. HTML and one more, we are going to create a section for JavaScript. That's it. Control S, and let us look at the output now. So you can see the table has been created. Further, we can style this table as we want inside the CSS file. So now you know how to create a list, how to create a table inside HTML document. So the next thing that we are going to learn is how to create boxes. So this is the most important part, because whenever we are going to make a project, a form, or anything in HTML, we are gonna need this, creation of division, creation of class, creation of boxes. So we'll just quickly see how to create boxes. For that, quickly create a section and then give it a class. Let's say flexbox container. And inside this, for creation of one division, I'm going to use div, And again, we are going to give a class to our division. So what we are going to write is flex items. That's it. And after this, let us give a heading. We did not close this div. Inside this div, we are going to give a heading. So the heading that I am going to give is this is flexbox. Again, I want to format my document, so we'll just go format the document. That's it. And after this, what we are going to do is we are going to give one paragraph. So, and that is it. The division will get closed. So to make one or two more division like this, just copy this code, paste it 2 times. That's it. The class is same for all the division. So this is how, if I'll style one div, then the styling technique will be applied to the 3 divs. So I'll just change the content. This is flexbox 1, 2 and 3. That's it. So the division is closed, the section is closed. Save the document and look at the output. So this is flexbox 1, 2 and 3. So we are going to see the styling, and then there will be a major difference in our web page. Our web page is currently looking like this, and now we'll move on to CSS, and then we'll see the difference what it makes to our web page. So now we are done with learning basic tags of HTML, and now what we are going to do, we are going to learn a bit about styling, and then we'll style this page only. The page we have created right here, we are going to style this page only. And after that, what we'll do, we'll just apply our HTML and CSS skills, and we'll create a form using HTML and CSS. And inside that form, we are also going to include some JavaScript functions like form validation and calculation and everything. So our first project will be creation of a form using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And after that, what we are going to do, we are going to create one full-fledged project using HTML and CSS, JavaScript. So let us now move forward and learn about CSS. So now let's start with CSS. CSS basically stands for Cascading Style Sheets and allows us to control how HTML elements looks on the web page. So the syntax structure of the CSS is very simple. The first thing we write is a selector. Then we provide a curly braces, and inside the curly braces we mention the property and the value. So this is basically called the declaration. And again, after the semicolon, we can again write the property and then we can give a value to it. And at last, we have to just close the curly braces. So after CSS syntax comes the CSS selectors. So CSS selectors are of different types like attribute selector, element selector, class selector, ID selector and universal selector. But among these all, class selectors and ID selectors are used the most. So class selector is used to apply style to multiple elements that share the same class. So you just use dot followed by a class name. For example, if you have a class name button, you are just going to use dot, right? You are just going to use dot followed by the class name, right? And then comes the ID selector. After class selector comes the ID selector. So ID selector is used when you want to apply style to a unique element on the page. Each element should have a different ID and the selector uses hash. So for class we use dot and for ID we use hash and followed by the ID name. And here we just write the dot and followed by the class name, right? So that's it. And this is all about class selector and ID selector. Now comes the box model. So after CSS syntax and selector comes the box model. So CSS box model is a fundamental concept that describe how elements are displayed on the web page. It essentially wraps each HTML in boxes that consist of several layers. Let's now break it down. The first one is content. At a core, you have the content, which is actually the text or the image inside the element. After that, we have the padding. Here is the content. After that, we have the padding. The padding surrounds the content. It creates spaces between the content and the element border, like, cushioning inside the element. So after the padding part, we have the border. So border surrounds the padding and the content. You can customize it to be visible, invisible, thick, thin, or style as you want the border part. And after the border part comes the margin. Finally, the outermost layer is the margin, which creates the space between the element's border and the other elements around it. So that's it about the box model. Now we have seen the CSS syntax, CSS selectors, and the box model. Now what we are going to do, we are going to learn about the CSS layout. So CSS layout is used to arrange and structure web pages element, ensuring a visually organized and user-friendly design. It helps to create responsive layouts that adapts to different sizes of screen and enhances the overall presentation of the content. So basically we have 6 different types of layout. First one we have is flow. So flow is a default layout in which elements are arranged in a natural order they appear in HTML from top to bottom. Then we have flexbox, a powerful layout system that arranges items flexibly and dynamically. Then we have grid. It provides 2-dimensional layout system perfect for creating complex grid-based designs with rows and columns. Then we have positional. It allows you to position elements precisely on the pages using properties like absolute, relative, and fixed. Then on we have table. It uses table-based layout to organize content in rows and columns, though it's now mostly replaced by new modern method like flexbox and grid. And then on we have float. So float is basically an older method used to wrap the text around the images or to create a basic layout, but it is largely replaced by flexbox and grid in the modern web design. So after the flexbox and layout, we need to learn about the responsive design. So responsive design in CSS ensures that the web pages adapts to different screen sizes and devices. It uses media queries, flexbox, grid like flexbox or grid, and fluid images to create layouts that adjust automatically, providing a seamless user experience across all the devices. So now let's design out our web page that we have created using HTML using these styling techniques. So now we'll just move on to our Visual Studio Code and we'll start designing our web page that we have created using HTML. So here again I'm on my VS Code and I'm going to my style.css. First, we'll check our style page is linked with our HTML page. Yes, it is linked. And then we are going to our style.css. Here we are going to style our page. We'll just learn the styling techniques one by one. And after that, we'll move forward and we'll create a form using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So now, first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to give a body background. So to comment out in HTML or CSS, you are going to give a slash and a star. Body background. That's it. Inside this body background, first of all, I'll target the body part. And we have already seen the syntax. That's what I'm following here, the syntax of CSS, which we saw. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to provide a font family. So you can choose any font family here. I'm just going to choose Arial and Sans Serif. That's it. After this, the line height. So CSS is basically all about experiment. We are just going to give line height as 1.6. You can just experiment it as you want. Then comes the box model, which is margin. Margin I'm going to give 0. Then comes the padding. Padding also, we have already seen what are margin and padding, and we are going to give it 0. Then comes the color. Color I want to give is, let's say, blue. Okay. So as I was saying, CSS is all about experiment. So whatever styling techniques you want to apply, you just need to come to the CSS file and you just need to experiment with that. The more you are going to experiment is more you are going to learn in CSS. So the background color I want is, let's say, light green, green-yellow. That's it. And after this, what we are going to do, we are going to target the box. So for that, again, let me give a comment here. It will be content box. right? So we are going to target is by dot content box, and then again the background color, and we can give the max width using max width styling technique, and we can just choose our width here. So background color I want is, let's say, white, and the width I want is, let's say, 1200. So we are going to give it as 1200 px. Px is basically pixel. It is our most common way of defining the unit in CSS. Okay. So I have not closed it here. So max width, that's it. Px is our most common way of giving any unit in CSS. Next we are going to give a margin. So margin also we can give top, bottom, and left, right, everything. So here the margin is auto. Why do we add auto here? We add margin auto because if the element is having a fixed width, then the remaining space will be divided around the element equally. So that is why you use auto here. So again, we are going to give padding. So the padding we are going to give is 20 px, and then box shadow. Box shadow defines itself. It's just a shadow around the box, and you can define the pixel of left, right, top, bottom by giving it like this. And you can also give the color here. So for giving the color, you just need to write RGBA, and you can, decide the color here. So you can give color, or you can give the readings like 0 and let's say 2, 4 and 6. Now it will be just as much surprising for you as much for me. I don't know which color is this. Let us run this code and then we'll see. After this we are going to give border radius. So border radius is basically given to see the curves of the element. Like we have created some square, but I want the corners to be round. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just give it a border radius. So if you'll give a border radius of 50%, then it will become a circle. So that's how border radius works. So we are going to give 8 px. That's it. Let it be 9 px. So border radius is basically used for rounding the corners. My HTML file is not saved. And then we are going to save the CSS file, and let us look at the output. So for now we have done these things. We have provided the color, we have provided the text color to blue, the background color to green, and these are the things that we have done till now. What is the one change that we are going to make? We have styled a content box, but we have not created a content box in our HTML. So what we are going to do, inside the body, we are going to create one div section, right? We are going to give it a class as content box, right? We'll close this div and Control X, and we'll include all this content inside the content box. So right here, Control V. That's it. Control S. And now let us look at the output. So here the content box has been created, and this is the box shadow you can see around the edges. This is the border radius. You can see the curves here, and the content is inside the content box. So this is how CSS is going to alter your HTML. Like your HTML is basically the skeleton of the website, right? It just looks like a skeleton. There is no styling, no color, nothing. And using CSS, you can style your web page as you want. So as for now, we have styled this much. Now let us move forward and we are going to style it further. So now what we are going to do, we are going to style the headings here. And so what I want to do, I want to give a animation to my heading. So for that, we are going to use hover effect. Hover effect is basically a basic animation that is provided using hover. So I'll just add transform. So after writing transform, here we write what are the features we want to transform, like the speed or the scale. So we are going to write here scale, and to what scale we have to transform it. So 1.05, let's say. So what this transform does, it basically zooms the hover. Okay, when you will select on item, it will basically zoom that item. So I'll show you an example. So Control S, and we have changed the H1. Let us look at the H1. So the thing this is doing, whenever I'm going on the heading, it is zooming the heading. This is basically the hover effect using CSS. Now further, what I want to do is style the H2, H3, H4 and H5, H6. So for that, you can combinedly write here from H2 to H6. This is how you can style them together. So I want to change the color of every heading. Just let me give it as, let's say, this color. Okay, then margin, let's say, bottom I want to change. So margin bottom I'll write. You can just give margin top, bottom, left, right, anything. So 10 px, then padding 15 px and 0, right? Then text alignment. Text alignment defines itself. It is just basically what is the alignment of the text you are providing. So I'm going to provide center, then transition. So transition here I'm going to give is transform. So why is transition used? So transition is basically used to provide any smooth effect to your heading or anywhere you are applying. And the factor here of transition I am providing as ease. So ease basically will, first speed up the transition, in middle it will slow, at last slow down the transition. Now I have applied this transition on every heading except H1. So I have applied this transition on every heading except the H1. So what we are going to do is we are going to give an effect also to every heading. So it will be like H2 hover, then again H3 hover, and likewise H4, H5, H6. So here we are going to give a hover effect that will be transform again, scale 1.05. That's it. So let us save it and look at the output. So you can see this is the hover and transition. You can see this is the hover and transition that has been applied to every H2, H3 to H6, right? So far we have understand the styling techniques. Now let's move forward, and now what we'll do is we'll style the anchor tag. So for that we are going to target the anchor tag. So after targeting the anchor tag, first of all we are going to add the color. So the color I want to give is, let's say, I choose this color. And after this, what we are going to do is we are going to add the text decoration as none. So why do we use this text decoration none? So by default in some browsers, when you are adding a hyperlink, whenever you are adding an anchor tag, there is a line beneath that link. Okay, so to remove that default styling from that browser, from that hyperlink, we add text decoration as none, right? And then again I'll add the transition, which will have color, we are going to add the color transition, and again it will be ease. So after this, we are going to add the hover effect to our anchor tag, and the text decoration here we are going to give is underline. So after the cursor is on the hyperlink, then I want that hyperlink to have an underline. So that's why I have given the text decoration none here and text decoration as underline here, right? After that, the color after the transition I want in my hyperlink is, let's say, I want it to be red. That's it. Control S, and here you can see, first of all, it is hot pink. Then there is no underline to it because the text decoration is none. After I am taking my cursor on hyperlink, it is having an underline and the color is red. So now you understand the styling technique, both hover and text decoration. So after this, we are going to style our list. Okay. So to style our list, we'll target the list as it is UL, and we have OL, and we have DL, right? So now, first of all, let us give the margin 20 px. Then we'll give padding, which will be 10 px. Then we are going to give border radius. Now we know what border radius is. So border radius is basically used to give the rounded corners. Then we are going to give box shadow. Again, we know what box shadow is, and after that we are going to give a color to our box shadow. So let us take this only, and after this we are going to style our paragraph. So in paragraph also we are going to give margin bottom 10 px, then padding also 10 px, then border radius we are going to give it as 4 px. After this comes our image, right? So let us style our image. In image, only I want to give is the max width of the image would be 100%, and height of the image will be auto. We already know why we use auto. And the border radius will be, let's say, 10 px. Then again we have transition. Transition is basically the type of animation that I am using everywhere just to make you understand how the animation works. And after this we are going to style the image animation, that is hover. So again, transform to scale 1.05 is what we are using everywhere. So we are going to use that only here, right? Now comes the styling of list. So we'll mention UL. First of all, we are going to do list style type will be square. You'll understand this once I'll execute this code. You will see the difference in the list, then you will understand why I've used square. And after this, OL we have, which was our ordered list. Again, list style type will be decimal. Okay. And after this, what we are going to do, we are going to just execute our code. So we can see the transition on my image, right? The border radius of my image. You can play with the transition like this, right? And the list items I can see here, it is square. So if we provide the list style type as square, it will give us like random square or circle or pointers. And if we provide the list styling type as decimal, then it is going to give us 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. So that's it. And now what we are going to do, we are going to style our table after the list. So for styling our table, we are going to target the table, and in table the width will be 100%. The border collapse will be collapse. So now again border collapse is now again a new term for you. So basically we use border collapse because we want every item in the table to have its own border. So that is why you use border collapse. So after this we are going to add the margin top. It will be 20 px, and then the background color, which will be white, let's say, or kind of white. And then we are going to add the box shadow. After this border radius, let it be 10 px. That's it. Inside the table I want to style the table header and the table description. So I'll just add border 1 px, and here I can give any color to my border using solid white, let's say, right? After this the padding, which will be 10 px for me, and then text alignment. So let's say it will be left. That's it. Again after this we are going to separately design our table header for background color. Let's say it will be this antique white, and then the table row hover, I want to give it a effect, so it will be antique white. That's it, the table has been designed. Let us quickly have a look on the table. So this is my table, right? So the table has been designed here. So now next what we are going to do is we are going to design our flex box. So first let me quickly see the class name. It is flex box with small f. So it will be flex box, right? Inside the flex box, the first thing will be display flex, and justify content will be space around, right? After that we have margin on top, which will be 20 px, and then we have padding, which will be 10 px, right? Then inside that we have flex items. So inside this we are going to do background color. I'll just quickly give the styling. So we have provided flex 1 here. So that means the container can either shrink or expand according to the space that is available around the container. That's it. This is all about the flex item styling, and next what I'm going to style is flex item hover. Flex item hover. So in flex item hover, I'm just going to give transform and background color. That's it. And then comes the last thing about our styling, which is responsive design. So for that we add media queries, and here is max width, which is, let's say, 770 px, and the flex box, I'm just going to explain it, and flex direction. So here I have added media queries. So media queries in CSS are essential for creating responsive designs that adjust the different screen sizes and device, right? So they allow us to apply specific style based on the characteristics of user viewport. For example, the media query media max width, which we have written here, and the flex box, flex direction, column, whatever we have written here, target the screen size of approximately 768 pixels. So basically it targets the screen that are of 608 pixels wide or smaller, which is typically for tablets or mobile devices. So in this case, the class.flexbox, which is a flex container, will change the flex direction from default horizontal adjustment to vertical stack. These adjustment enhances the readability and accessibility of the content on the smaller scales. So we are just going to save our code and let us look at the output. So here we have created the 3 flex box. You can see the hover effect, you can see the transition and everything. So this is it about styling. We have seen what is HTML, how HTML works and how do we write HTML. After that we moved on to CSS and then we have seen the styling techniques and we made a web page and we applied the styling to it. So you yourself can examine how the web page was looking without CSS and how the web page is now looking with CSS. So now that we have learned HTML and CSS and we have practically applied styling techniques and HTML tags on the web page, we'll now move on to creation of a form using HTML and CSS. So now let us start with the creation of form using HTML and CSS. And after completing the HTML and CSS form, what we'll do, we'll move on to JavaScript and we'll apply some functions of JavaScript into our form. So now first of all we need to do is we need to open a new folder. For that I have closed this folder. I'll just go on folders and open folder. Again I'm going to create a new folder here. So new folder, we'll just name it form. Okay, it already exists. So let it be new folder only. Okay. So again inside this folder, what we are going to do, we are going to create one HTML file. Let's say form.html and one CSS file. Let's say style.css. So now that you are familiar with the styling techniques, I'm not gonna explain the every styling technique again. What we'll do, we'll just go through the HTML code and then I'll just write the CSS. Again, I'll explain you the JavaScript code, but CSS part we are gonna skip because I think you have now basic idea of how CSS works and you just need to experiment with the styling techniques. So inside the form.html, again the first thing we are going to write is doc type HTML and then we are going to start with the HTML tag. So now you have basic idea of how to write the tags in HTML, after what tag, which tag you need to include. So I'll just quickly write everything. That's it. And after this, we are going to start our body section. Inside the body section, the first thing will be h1 and the class that we are going to give is form title. And the heading that we are going to give is application form. After this, we will start the form tag. Inside the form tag, everything that we are going to include in form will be mentioned. Again, to form, we are going to give one class because we have to style this form. So let me give application form and then we are going to start our form. First, we'll create one div. Again, we need to give it a class. Then we need to create a label for the form. After creation of label, I'll decide the input. So input type of the name, of course, will be text type. Here you can see I'm giving different classes for different things because I want to style them differently. And then the most important thing, I'll write here required. So this required basically works as a validation. If this required is mentioned in any section of the form, that means user need to fill that section, and without filling that section, user cannot move forward or user cannot submit that form. Right. So we have created the first name section. As it is, we are going to copy this and same we are going to paste it for the last name. That's it. Again, I'll copy this section for the date of birth. And now I need to change here the input type also, because for DOB, the input type will be numbers or dates. It will be dates. Right. So here I will write date and ID will be DOB. Again here DOB. Right. Again, I'll copy this code for the next section. So my next section will be age. After writing the age section, we'll just quickly look at the output, what we have created till now. So the age input type will be number. That's it. Let us save and go live. So far we have created this form, job application form. The O is capital, I'll just correct it. First name, last name, date of birth here. The input type is date, so we are getting a calendar here. Age is mentioned here. So by far we have created this. Okay. Now let us move forward. First I need to change the title, which is job application. Right. Now what we need to mention, we are done with date. So again I need to mention one section, which is gender. So for gender, here I need to add labels for male and female, right? So this is correct. We are going to create a radio button here because I want the user to select only one gender. Here we need to give value. So the value here will be male. And again I need to give class, which is radio input. That's it. We have created one label for male. We are going to copy paste for the female section. Just need to make the minor changes. And one more time we'll paste it for others. That's it. We have not changed the male female here. And then again one more label we have to make here, which will be for others. Right. Now Control S and let us look at the output. Here you can see gender, male, female or others. So we can only select either male, either female or others. So this is how the radio button works. So now that we are done with the gender section, we are going to move on to the email address. For email address, again I'm going to copy this and let us paste it. Again we are going to change the label. The input type here will be email and same goes with ID and name. That's it. And then again we are going to create one more section for the position available because this is a job application. So for the position available, first label we are going to create for the position available. That's it. Again the input type here I am going to create is checkbox. We are going to remove required from here because it is a checkbox and here it will be value. So the value here will be junior and here again it will be class. That's it. So the first checkbox has been created for a junior developer, but let me give a label here. Now what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this and we are going to paste it for different position levels, right? So we have pasted it, and just the minor changes we are going to do. So the first change is mid-level, and the value here again will be mid-level, okay, and the label also will be mid-level developer. Again here it will be senior and a senior developer. That's it. Control S, and here you can see the checkbox junior developer, mid-level developer and senior developer. This is the basic difference between radio button and a checkbox. In radio button you can only select one at a time, and in checkbox you can select all. So after this I want the programming languages input. So again for this what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this whole division and we'll just make the changes. So we have pasted it. The first change would be programming languages. The first language will be Java, and we are going to change the name and the values. The second one will be JavaScript. And the third one will be, let's say, Python. That's it. The languages section is also completed. So what is the next section that I want? I want the user to fill the password and confirm the password, right? So now for that what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy my older div section and I'm going to paste it here. So again for the password I need here is password. So creation of form is very easy. You just need to mention the things that you want in your form and you're good to go. Here in input type we'll of course keep it as a password. Then only it won't be visible. It will be in the form of stars or dots. That's it. And again this too, confirm the password. The password section is done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a form action. So for creation of form action, we are going to copy this and paste it. So here we only need input type. We'll just delete it and let us first change this. Input type will be reset. Here we are creating a button. So let me remove this all. After this we are going to add a value, which again will be reset. We are going to give the class, which will be button reset button. That's it, and we'll just copy paste this for our submit button. This will be submit. That's it. Now the form is completed. The HTML part of the form is completed. Here we have created two buttons, the submit button and the reset button. So you are getting this pop-up. This is because we have mentioned required in our HTML code. So this is the creation of form using HTML. Now just quickly move on to CSS and we'll just quickly style our form. So I'm just going to provide the styling. I'm not going to explain the every part of styling, as we already know why do we use everything. You can just yourself change the styling and look at the outputs. So it will be easy for you to understand the CSS. CSS is basically the thing which you can never complete, because every day there is a new styling technique. So you just need to experiment with the styling and then you'll be able to understand the CSS features. So after this, I'm going to style my form title. We have just started with the styling technique, and you can see the visible difference that CSS is making to my HTML form. And now you can see the output. I have applied so many styling techniques here, and now my form is looking like a proper, well-designed form. So this is the form that we have created using HTML and CSS. So here I'm going to write Nidhi Jha, and the date of birth that I'm going to include is, let's say, 2003 February and 13th. Age, let's say 21, gender female, and here 123 @gmail.com. So I'm gonna apply for all of this. I know all the languages. Password I'm gonna keep 123 and 123. That's it. We have submitted, and then I'm gonna write here anything and reset, and the reset button is working. So now what we'll do further, we'll just add some JavaScript functionalities into our form, like form validation. And one more functionality I want to add in my form is that whenever I'll enter my date of birth, it should automatically calculate my age. So this is the function that I want to apply in my form. So first thing that we are going to do is we are going to discuss the topics of JavaScript that we are going to apply in this form, and further while we are working on the project using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So first of all, let us see the basic features of JavaScript that we are going to use in our form, as well as the project that we are going to make using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So first of all, we have JavaScript basics, which includes syntax and structure and control structure. So JavaScript syntax is a set of rules that defines how the code should be written, while its structure involves organizing your code logically with variables, functions and loops. Now control structure in JavaScript, such as if-else, for loops and switch statements, allows you to control the flow of your code based on the conditions and iterations. So the next feature of JavaScript is DOM manipulation. So DOM manipulation in JavaScript let us dynamically change our website content, structure and style by interacting with the elements in the document object model. This allows us to create interactive and responsive user interfaces. Next one we have is event handling. Event handling in JavaScript lets you to respond to users' action like click and key presses. That makes your website more interactive. And then on we have form validation. Form validation ensures that user inputs are correct and complete before they can submit the form. That improves the data accuracy. Then on we have local storage. Local storage allows you to save the data in user's browser, so it remains available even after the page is refreshed or closed. Now let us add some of these features to our form. What we'll do, we'll use the local storage and form validation into our form, and then afterward when we'll start creating the website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript, we'll use DOM manipulation, event handling, form validation, local storage and of course the basics of JavaScript, all these features of JavaScript in our website. So now let us move to the VS Code, and then we'll create some basic functions of JavaScript and then we'll apply that to our form. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a file for JavaScript script.js. And the next step is to link our JavaScript file to HTML file. So for linking our JavaScript file to HTML file, we'll use script tag in our body section. So we'll just link it like this, script, and then again source, and we have given the name script.js. Now the JavaScript file has been linked to the HTML file. So whatever functions we are going to create in script.js will be applied to form.html. So here in script.js, the first function that I'm going to create is validation function. So validation function is most basic function that you can create. It is just used to validate the form. So what this line of code means? So this line of code basically is retrieving the value from first name. Let us see where we have created first name. Here is the ID first name. So whatever input we are going to give in this first name will be accessed by this first name. Right. Now again, for the last name and everything, we are just going to copy paste this function. That's it. We are going to change this as last name. Here it will be last name. Just keep it in mind, the ID should be same here. Okay. So after last name, we have created DOB and then age. After that, email. And again, we have created password and confirm password. Right. Again, we are going to change the IDs here. So for DOB, the ID was DOB. For age also, the ID was age. For email, it was email. And so on. Password and confirm password. Right. So this is it. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly check the ID name. Last name and first name. It is okay. It is okay. And again, we have created for email and password and confirm password. Here P is small. So here also P is small. That's it. So this will retrieve the data from first name. This will retrieve the data from last name. Same as from DOB, from age, from email, password and confirm password. Okay. So just save it. Next thing what we are going to do is we are going to validate if the user have entered the data or not. So if first name and last name, here I am basically given if any of the data including first name, last name, DOB, email address, password or confirm password is not entered, then you should get an alert. So basically I am creating an alert function here. So then a user will get an alert that you need to fill this required section. So here the user will get an alert and the alert will be all the fields are required to fill. All the fields are required. That's it. So this is the alert that the person is going to get if he does not fill the any required section. So after this, what we are going to do, we are just going to add return false. So what this will do, this will just prevent the form from submission. It will make sure that all these sections including first name, last name, DOB, email, password and confirm password are filled. Otherwise the form won't submit and the person will get alert. Right. Now one more validation I need to keep, that if the password and the confirm password matches. For that we will do password. If it is not equal to confirm password, then user will get alert password does not match. Right. That's it. Let me do it. Do not match. That's it. Again, I'll add a return false. Again, it will prevent the form from submission. So after this, one more function we need to add for the validation of the password if it is meeting the standard criteria of the password. For that, we'll call one function which is password validate. It is password valid. So it will basically match with the password that we have entered, and then if it does not match, it will again throw an alert that password, the basic alerts that we get. That's it. This is the alert that user is going to get, that password must contain uppercase, lowercase, number, character, and everything. So this is the basic criteria that our password needs to match. Again, what we are going to do is we are going to add a return statement here. So if it does not match, the form should not get submitted. And outside this, we are going to call return statement again, and we'll add true. So if it is not the case, like if the password is matching all the criteria that we include in password validate, then the return true will be called. So now we need to make a function that we have added here, right? So the next thing that we are going to do is, again, we are going to make one function to handle the event. So it will handle the form submission event. So whenever the user will click on the submit button, it will get triggered and it will basically check the form validation criteria, whatever we have applied. So first one is validate form. So it is going to check this. And the else condition will have form successfully submitted. Right. So if the form is not validated, then it won't get submitted, and in else condition we have included that if this is not the case, the else statement will run. Okay, the form will get submitted. Now this is to handle the submission, and again we are going to create one function to validate the password. So we are going to create the password valid function here. So inside this, we are going to create whatever features we want in our password. The first thing we want is uppercase. So this should include A to Z. It should test in password that at least one character from A to Z is included in the password. That's it. Now again for the lowercase, that will be included from A to Z. Again, we'll do the same for numbers and special characters. Number should be from 0 to 9, right? And it should also include the special character. That's it. So special characters, we are going to mention it manually. That's it. Also colon and semicolon. So these are the special characters that I want to check in my password. Any one of the characters should be included. So the return statement will has uppercase and has lowercase. Similarly, that's it. Okay. Now the validation has been completed. So this section is basically validating that everything should be included. It will take the input from first name, last name, DOB, age, email, password, and confirm password. This will validate basically every section is filled, and this will basically check that password and the confirm password are matching. This will basically call this function which we have written here and it will basically check that the password is containing uppercase, lowercase, number and special characters, right? Now one more function I want to include in my JavaScript form. That will be the calculation of the age. So what I want that when user is entering their date of birth, then the age should get calculated by itself. For that, I'm going to make one function, calculate age, right, from DOB. So this function basically will calculate the age from the date of birth and the current date. That's it. This will just subtract the years and the months of your date of birth to the today's date, right? The date you are born to the date you are filling the form, that will get subtracted. So again, if the month difference is less than 0, or the month difference is equal to 0, and that's it. We have created here a function. It will read the user's date of birth, the month, and then it will calculate the age according to the today's date and the month, right? So this is basically the function to calculate the age, and now we are going to add an event listener. So now we are going to add an event listener that basically updates the age whenever the DOB changes. For that, we will add document.get element by ID DOB, right? Add event listener, which is change. That's it. If the DOB get changed, then the age will also get recalculated according to the recent data of DOB. So here we are going to write again age, and value will be age. That's it. So what here we are going to do, we cannot close this change here. We have to close it here. So that's it. After that, we are going to add one more event listener that will handle the form submission. So it will basically read all the application data from application form, right? Here again, we need to add one event listener that will be submit. So it will now handle the submission, right? After this, again, one more event listener we are going to add that will be for the local storage. It will for the storage of form data. That's it. Now one more function we need to make to store the form data. What things we need to store, we need to mention it. So I need to store first name. It will read this from first name itself, right? It will read the input value from the first name. After this, again same thing for the last name and everything. So this is for the last name. Then it will be for the date of birth. After that, for the gender. Everything will be stored in the user's browser. That's why we use local storage to store the data into user's browser. So before gender, we have age. And then on we have gender. So here we have applied radio button. So we need to use the query selector here. After this, we are going to mention for email. So for email, again we are going to add that's it. And after this, for positions, every data we need to store, and we need to store multiple things here because it is not a radio button, it is a checkbox, so we are going to use array. So again, for the programming languages also we are going to use the same line. We are just going to add here languages. And last but not the least, we are left with the password. So now that's it. Before closing, we'll just add local storage, set item from form data. That's it. We are done with the JavaScript part. So now that we are done with the JavaScript part, let us quickly go to our form and let us quickly check the validations and everything. So 𝐑𝐨𝐿, and here the date I'm going to add is, let's say, 2006 and randomly any date. Now here I can see the age has been calculated by itself. So this is the JavaScript function that we have made, 123@gmail.com. So the local storage is also working. Again, this checkboxes and password, let's say Nidhi, I have kept Nidhi, and submit. So this is giving me alert which I have added, and now let's say I will keep 123@Nidhi, and again 123@Nidhi. So still password is not correct because the uppercase has not been included. I'll just write A@123, A@123, and one small letter also, which will be A and A. Okay, so now the password does not match. Let me quickly see. Now it should match, and the form has been successfully submitted. So now our form is working and it has been created using HTML, CSS and JavaScript.
Let's understand what is XPath. XPath, also called as XML path, is a language to query XML documents. It consists of a path expression along with some conditions. Basically, every web page is a document that consists of tags and attributes. And by using XPath, you can query the page document that can be your XML, HTML document, etc. And also to locate particular element, you can write an XPath query that could use element's tag name as well as its attributes. And the query would in turn return the matching element in XML. And every modern browser has a built-in XPath engine. So some of the benefits of XPath are: XPath queries are compact and easy to read and type. Syntax is very simple for simple and common use cases. And queries can be easily parsed, and query strings are easily embedded in programs, scripts, and XML or HTML attributes. And you can uniquely identify any node in an XML document. As I have told you the benefits, let's see the syntax and its terminology. So this is a syntax where the front slash implies the current node, and the tag name will be your tag name like input, div, img tag, etc. And @ symbol implies select attribute and your attribute name, and you have to give the value for your attribute. Simple. Now let's see the two different types of XPath, that is absolute XPath and relative XPath. First, absolute XPath. This is a direct way to find the element, but the disadvantage of absolute XPath is that if there are any changes made in the path of the element, then that XPath gets failed. So this is how you have to write from the start of the DOM structure, that is starting from HTML, then body tag, and then div, etc. Now talking about the relative XPath, here the path starts from the middle of the HTML DOM structure. That is, it starts with the // which means it can search the element anywhere in the web page. Okay. So basic example can be something like this, that you have an input tag and you have an ID attribute whose value is this. Simple. Now let's see how to write an XPath query for a simple web page. So first I will launch Google Chrome and navigate to google.com. Suppose say I want to search this search box. So I will try to locate the search bar using XPath. So I'll right click on this and choose Inspect. As you can see here, it has an input tag and some attributes like name, ID, class, etc. So what I will do here is I will use this tag name. That will be my input. So I'll click on Elements and press Ctrl F. So as you can see here, on clicking on this particular element, the search bar is getting highlighted. Now what I will do, I will write the XPath to locate this particular element. Let's see how. As I have told, it starts with // for relative XPath and write input, which is my tag name. And this tag name has an attribute called ID, correct? And the value of ID is Q. So as soon as I wrote this XPath, you can see it has highlighted the element, which implies it was able to locate the particular element using XPath. So you might get a question in your mind like, what is this XPath doing? It says to find an input tag anywhere in the document that has ID as its attribute whose value is Q. So here we are not starting with the root of the document, that is from the start point, but we are typing // and it says anywhere in the document to find an input tag. So you might assume that we might be having multiple input tag in the document. Remember, I had told you in the beginning that XPath consists of a path expression. So this is the path expression. And here we are interested in an input tag that has an ID attribute and whose value is Q. By using this, we are able to uniquely find this element. So if I have to start it from the start of the document, then I have to start writing like start HTML because that will be the first thing. Then I have to start with the next tag, that will be head, and that is the immediate child. So I'll be giving head of 1. Then again you have a body, that will be again body of 1. Then again you have your div, and that is again the immediate child. So I'll give it as div of 1. And after that again it has one more div class. I will write that as well. That will be your div of 2. Then again you have one more div. So basically to write an absolute XPath, you have to start from the start of the HTML document. And that sounds to be very complex, and that is why we prefer relative XPath over absolute XPath. So now I believe that you was able to make out the difference between absolute and relative XPath and the difference between / and //. That is, / is used for absolute XPath. That is where we write the queries like this, and relative XPath uses / that indicates to search an element anywhere in the document. Simple. I hope you understood this. So basically this is all about absolute and relative XPath. I hope you got an idea about XPath. Now let's move further and understand the concept of CSS selectors. CSS is mainly used to provide style rules for the web page, and we can use for identifying one or more elements in the web page using CSS. If you start using CSS selectors to identify elements, you will love the speed when compared with XPath. As there are many types of locators like ID, name, tag name, link text, partial link text, you have DOM, you have class name. But when you compare all these things, next to ID and name locators, CSS selectors and XPath stands at the top. Why? Because it is very simple and easy to locate the elements on the web page. So if you start using CSS selectors to identify elements, you will love the speed when compared with XPath. We can also use CSS selectors to make sure that the scripts run with the same speed in Internet Explorer browser as well. And CSS Selector is always the best possible way to locate complex elements in the web page. So you will be writing it like you will be having an HTML tag. Again, that is not preferred, but if you want to, you can keep it. It starts with hash because that is used to symbolize the ID attribute. Like if it is ID, then you have to use hash, and then you have to give the attribute value, that is value of an attribute. Simple. Now let's see how to write it. So now say I want to locate this particular enter your email text box using CSS Selector. How will I do that? Let's see how. Same thing again, even this has an input class, it has input type, name, but it has an ID whose value is login username. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. That will be the value of the ID attribute, and as I told, it starts with hash. So on writing this, you can see it has located the particular element. That is, it has highlighted the element. Simple. So this is how you can use CSS selectors to identify elements on the web page. Now I will do one thing. I will use the CSS selector and XPath in my Eclipse and try to locate the element using Eclipse. Let's navigate to Myntra.com and try to locate the search box. So it has a placeholder whose value is search. So how will I write? I'll start with // that will be my input. So on writing this XPath, it was able to locate the search box, correct? So now what I will do, I will copy this XPath. So I have written a program for XPath that will be, first I will set the system property, and then I will launch my Chrome driver. Then I will delete all the cookies, set the timeouts for implicit wait, and using driver.get, I will navigate to Myntra.com, and to find the element by XPath, I'm giving the value of the search, that is the XPath for the search box, and I'm sending mobile phones as a value. And for search icon, it has a class whose value is this, correct? Then I'm giving search icon.click because it has to click on the search icon. Simple. So run this program and let's check the output. So Chrome driver launched Google Chrome, navigated to Myntra.com. Now it will enter the value, that is mobile phones. Click on the search icon, and here you got your desired output. Simple. So this is how you can use XPath and get the desired result. Now say I want to locate this Google using my CSS selector. How will I do that? When I inspect on this, you can see it has a button, that is, this itself is a button, and it has a class whose value is login, Google login button, and it has an ID whose value is G plus login. For ID, we don't have to worry about anything. We just have to write hash and paste the value, correct? On just pasting this value, you can see it was able to locate that particular element using CSS selector. Simple. Now I will copy this and I will go back to my Eclipse and change this. I'll make it as CSS selector. And as it is a button, I have to just click on that. Save this. Now let's run the program and check for the output. Again, it launched Myntra.com and it clicked on Google Chrome. Simple. And it clicked on this icon. That will be your Google icon. Simple. So this is how your CSS selector works, and this is all about how you can use XPath and CSS selectors manually. Now let's dive into the core topic of the session and understand Chropath. And let's see why do we need this Chropath for XPath and CSS selectors as well. So Chropath is basically a development tool to edit, inspect and generate XPath and CSS selectors. Chropath makes it easy to write, edit, extract and evaluate XPath and CSS query on any web page and saves at least 40 to 50% of manual effort in automation script writing. So it will be very simple. If you're an automation tester, then you have to make use of Chropath. It is the highest rated XPath tool as well because it is very useful, and it is available for both Mozilla Firefox and Google Chrome as well. So some of the features of Chropath are: Chropath opens as a sidebar tab in the Development Tools panel. It can be used to get the XPath and CSS selector of the element or any selected node. It generates unique relative XPath and CSS selectors for the elements that are selected. Next, it can be used to verify XPath and CSS selectors and allows you to view the matching nodes in their sequential occurrence. And all matching elements in the web page gets highlighted with a dashed blue outline. And if you mouse hover on any of the listed matching node in the Chropath tab, then the corresponding element outline changes from blue to orange, indicating that it is the element for the selected node. And next, if the matching element is not in the visible area of the web page, it will automatically scroll to the area on mouse hovering over the matching node. And while writing XPath, if you enter the XPath expression pattern incorrectly or incompletely, it gets highlighted in red. So many things are there, right? So when you look at all these features of Chropath, you might find why you have to simply waste time in writing them XPath and CSS selectors manually, and it's like just you can get the XPath or the CSS selector using Chropath in just fraction of seconds. Very simple, right? So let's see the working of Chropath. The first thing will be you have to add the Chropath extension. I will show you how. Next, you have to choose your Inspect tab, choose the Chropath and generate selectors. Very simple. These are the only 4 steps that you need to follow. That is, you have to right click on the web page and then choose Inspect. And then in the Elements tab, you will be having an option for Chropath and you can generate the selectors. Let's see how to do that. First, just type Chropath. Choose the first link for Google Chrome, as I'm using Google Chrome. If you want for Firefox, you can use that as well. It's again the same thing. As soon as you click here, you will be having an option called Add to Chrome. As I have already added to Chrome, it's showing me like remove from Chrome. Simple. Now I will navigate to my Yahoo Mail and say I want to inspect this box using Chropath. As you can see here, as soon as you choose the Inspect, you can see here at the corner that you have a Chropath. Correct? So this is the extension that you added. It is nothing but a plugin. So this is the extension that you have added. So you can see on clicking on this Chropath, you will get your relative XPath, absolute XPath and CSS selectors. So you can simply click on the extension called Chropath that you have added. As you do that, you can see it has a relative XPath, it has absolute and CSS selectors. So this is a whole thing that you did till now manually. So you can simply copy this and paste it over here. On pasting it, it was able to locate the element. So you can paste the same value here as well in your Eclipse and it will retrieve the same result. Again, you can copy the CSS selector and paste it. Again, on doing that, it was able to locate this particular element. Correct? Very simple, right? In just 1 second, you was able to locate a particular element using Chropath. Say suppose I want to do for this create account. As you all know, this is a link. So when it is a link, this Chropath will also give you partial link text, CSS selector, absolute XPath and relative XPath. Suppose say I want to locate using absolute XPath. How will I do that? I'll copy the XPath and I'll just paste it. That is, it is even giving the absolute XPath that starts from the start of the document. Yes. And if you want CSS selector again, I will be giving the CSS selector. If you want to know the link text, again, I can give this link text as well. That will be your this thing. For partial link text, as you all know, it makes use of the partial element. I'll give the partial element. Again, it was able to locate or highlight this particular element. So Chropath is not useful only for CSS selectors and XPath, but in case of links, it also helps you with the link text and partial link text as well. You might note down this point. Say I want to navigate to Amazon.com and inspect some other element. For example, the search icon. Again, click on Chropath. In this, it has a relative and absolute XPath, but in this case, the CSS selector is something different. So that is the reason it was not able to, because it does not have an ID attribute over here. When it doesn't have an ID attribute, then your CSS selector will be something different. And you have your relative XPath. You can copy it and paste it, and it's just very simple. But one important point to note down here is, for XPath, even if there is no ID attribute or something, it will locate the element. But for CSS selector, if ID attribute is not there, the CSS selector will be something different like you saw here, correct? Not just that, you can even locate this particular, say I want to locate this, I can even inspect and locate this as well. But if there is something that it is not an absolute child, then it shows like this. If there is no any particular path that is being described or derived, it shows like this. So basically you can use Chropath for most of your XPath and CSS. Now say if I want to do it for Mozilla, how will I do that? Again, I have to give here as add to Firefox for Mozilla Firefox. Add the extension. Simple. The extension got added. So say now I want to navigate to our Edureka website. Now you can see there are so many courses, everything. I want to locate this element. Again, I'll use inspect. So again, you can see it has an input whose attribute is ID and its value is search input. You can use this or you can use the same Chropath like you have used for Chrome and you will get it. Very simple. So basically, Chropath is helpful for both XPath and CSS selectors, and in case of links, you saw it is very useful for links as well. So this is all about how to use Chropath.
So before we answer those questions, let's examine the current job demand for web developers. In India, the IT sector is booming with web development leading its way. Currently, there are over 1.5 million web developers in India, and the number is growing 20% annually. According to the recent data available on LinkedIn, there are over 10,000 job openings for front-end developers, over 21,000 job openings for back-end developers, and over 15,000 job openings for full-stack developers. And it's not just in India, the demand is strong globally as well. In USA, according to the data available on Indeed, there are over 1,800 jobs for front-end developers, 1,900 jobs for back-end developers, and over 3,000 jobs for full-stack developers. So now is the perfect time to start your learning journey and get a job as a front-end developer, back-end developer, or a full-stack developer. So this is why here we are with these essential HTML CSS interview questions to help you build the skills and confidence needed to succeed in this field. So let's dive in and get started. First of all, we are going to cover the top 15 HTML interview questions. So the first question that we have is, what is doc type? And the answer is, a doc type or document declaration is an instruction that tells the web browser about the markup language in which the current page is written. That means it will tell the browser that what is the type of the document that we are writing. For example, in this case, the type of the document is HTML. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is how to redirect to a particular section of a page using HTML. And the answer is, to redirect to a specific section of a page in HTML, we use anchor tags with ID attributes. So basically, we assign an ID to the target section and link to it using ID in a href attribute. Now let's move on to the VS Code. There we are going to see how to perform it. Right here we have created the two sections, that is section 1 and the section 2. We have used the button for the section 1 and 2. We have included the address of the section 1 and 2 using the href. And here we have given the ID as the section 1, and then we have used this section 1 ID to give the location of the section 1 and section 2. Now let us move on to the output. There we are going to see how it works. So this is our section 1 and 2. We are going to click on section 2. We have been redirected to the section 2, then section 1, and then we are back on the section 1. So this is how you redirect using HTML. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, are bold and the strong tag same? If not, then why? And the answer to this question is, no, the bold tag and the strong tag are not same, because the bold tag is a physical tag. That means the text written under the bold tag makes the text bold to draw attention. Whereas the strong tag is a logical tag which is used for formatting the HTML text. It is also used to show the importance of text by making it bold or highlighting it. So that's it about the bold tag and the strong tag. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are the two types of web storage in HTML5? And the answer is, the two types of storage includes the session storage It stores the data of the current session only. It means that the data stored in the session storage clears automatically when the browser is closed. And the second one is local storage. Local storage object stores the data with no expiration date. The data is not deleted automatically when the current browser window is closed. So that's it about the two web storage in HTML5. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are semantic elements in HTML? And the answer is, the semantic elements in HTML are the tags that clearly describe their meaning and purpose in the content they represent. They enhance the code readability and accessibility, making it easier for developers, browsers, and search engines to understand the structure of the web page. For example, the header tag, footer tag, section tag, article tag, time tag, and navigation tag. These tags enhance the accessibility and SEO because they provide the context of the content. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are the HTML tags used to display a table? And the answer is, there are four major tags which are used to display the table. The first one is caption tag, which is used to define the caption of the table. The second one is table header. This tag is used to give the header to the table. The next one is table row, which is used to define the row of the table. And the last one is table data, which is used to give the table data inside the table row. So this is how you can represent every tag. The table tag can be defined using the table. The table row tag can be defined using tr. The table header tag can be defined using th. The table data tag can be defined using td. And the caption tag can be defined using caption. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the purpose of meta tag in HTML? And the answer is, the meta tag are the tags which are defined inside the head tag. Some of the important meta tags include meta char set. This sets the character encoding for your document to UTF-8, ensuring your web page correctly displays the special characters, symbols, and text in the multiple languages. Next on we have this. This meta tag ensures that the web page is rendered using the latest version of Internet Explorer's rendering engine. And then next on we have this meta tag. This meta tag provides a short description of your web page content for search engine and social sharing. Next on we have this meta tag. So this meta tag basically makes your web page responsive by controlling its dimensions and scaling on mobile devices. So that's it about the meta tags. So now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, what is the use of alt attribute in images? So the answer is, the image alt attribute is used to specify the alternate text of the images. It is useful when the images are not displayed. It is used to give the alternate information of an image. So now this is the syntax to provide an alt attribute to an image. Now let's move on to VS Code to apply it practically. So right here we can see that I have used the image tag to provide an image, and along with that here I have provided the alt attribute. So we are just going to save this file and then we are just going to run it. So right here we can see that the image has been provided. Here is the image. Now what we are going to do is we are going to remove the image and then we are going to see what is the function of alt attribute. But now here we can see that the image has been removed, but we can see the Doraemon text here. So this is basically the alt attribute that I have provided to my image. So this is why we use the alt attribute in case the browser is not able to load the image. Instead of that, the alt attribute appears. Let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, what is image map? The image map facilitates you to link many different web pages using this single image. You can define shapes and images that you want to make the part of the image map. So basically what I want to tell here is, we are going to add one image and then on that image we are going to make one particular section on which we are going to click and that will open a particular browser. So like this, there will be one image and suppose we are going to click here and that will open a new browser. So let's move on to the VS Code and we are going to see how to apply this. So right here we can see that we have provided one image source, the alt attribute, the inline styling. Now inside the map tag what we have done is we have provided one coordinate and then we have given one link. So after this, again here we have provided one coordinate and then we have given the google.com link. And here we have made the 3 area of the image as a image map. Like we have converted the 3 areas of image into the image map. We have linked 3 different links to the 3 different points. Now let us look at the output. So this right here is the output. Here we can see that my cursor is converting into the pointer. So that means this is the image map. Again, this is also the image map. This is also the image map. But this is not the image map. We have included 3 different links on the 3 different images. So right here, I am going to click and this is opening the Google web page. So this is how we create an image map and this is the use of the image map. So now let's move on to the next question. And the next question we have is, what is the use of span tag? Give one example. So the answer is, the span tag in HTML is an inline container used to group and style a part of text or the content within the document. So with the help of span tag, we add the color to the text, we add the background to the text, and we highlight any color text. So this is the example of a span tag. Here we can see we have opened one paragraph tag. Inside that paragraph, we have written this is the page we use span. And we have opened the span tag and we have provided the inline styling. And then we have closed the span tag. So basically, span tag is used to provide the inline styling. So now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, what is the use of an iframe tag? And the answer is, the iframe tag in HTML is used to embed another HTML document within the current web page. It essentially creates a frame or a window that displays the content from an external or internal URL. So right here we can see this is the syntax of an iframe. Here we open the iframe tag, then we provide the URL to the other web page and then we close the iframe tag. Here you can see we have opened the iframe tag, then we have given one web page, like we have created some demo.html, another web page, and then we have provided some inline styling. And this is the real-time use of iframe tag. Here we have opened the iframe tag. The source we have provided is of www.edureka.com and then we have closed the iframe tag. So this is the use of the iframe tag. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is, what is the difference between an absolute and relative URL? And the answer is, an absolute URL includes the full web address, the protocols such as HTTP or HTTPS, and the domain name such as www.example.com. Whereas on the other hand, the relative URL specifies the location of the resource related to the current web page. Right here you can see this is the absolute URL which contains the protocol and the domain name. And this is the relative URL which only contains the path of the resource. So that's it about the absolute and relative URL. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question that we have is, what is the difference between link tag and the anchor tag? And the answer is, the anchor tag is used to create a hyperlink to another web page or to a certain part of the web page. These links are clickable, whereas the link tag defines the link between the document and an external resource. And these links are not clickable. So here you can see, this is the example of anchor tag and the link tag. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the difference between figure tag and image tag? And the answer is, the figure tag specifies the self-contained content like diagrams, images, code snippets, etc. Figure tag is used semantically to organize the content of the images like image and image caption, whereas the image tag is used to embed the picture inside the HTML5 document. So right here you can see the syntax. Here we have opened the figure tag. Inside the figure tag we have provided one image and the description, also the caption, and then we have closed the figure tag. So basically image tag is used inside the figure tag. Now let's move on to the last question of HTML. And the last question is, how to handle event in HTML? So for this we are going to move on to our VS Code and there we are going to answer this question. So the simple answer to how to handle events in HTML is JavaScript. We use JavaScript to handle events in HTML. Right here we have created two functions. Then we have added one event, that is on-click event. And then here we have added one input box. And then whenever a user is going to write something inside the input box, the JavaScript will read that input. So right here we have to handle this event, which is on-click. For that we have also included one alert function. So now let us look at the output. So this is the output here. Let's see, I'm going to type something and that's it. It is reading, but this is not important. The important thing is whenever I'm clicking here, this is giving me one pop-up button was clicked. So this is called the event handling. Here we have used JavaScript to handle this on-click event. So that's it about the HTML interview questions. And now we will move to the CSS interview questions. Here again we are going to cover top 15 CSS interview questions. So first of all, let us move on to the first question. Which type of CSS holds the highest priority? And the answer is, so there are three types of CSS. The first one is the inline CSS, the second one is embedded or internal CSS, and the third one is external CSS. So out of all these three CSS, the inline CSS has the highest priority, the internal or embedded CSS has the second priority, and the external style sheets has the least priority. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what does A in RGBA mean? So in RGBA, the R stands for red, the G stands for green, the B stands for blue, and the A stands for alpha, which specifies the transparency of elements. The value of alpha lies between 0.0 to 1.0, where 0.0 represents the fully transparent and 1.0 represents not transparent. So this is the syntax right here for RGBA. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are CSS HSL colors? So HSL stands for hue, saturation and lightness. This format uses a cylindrical coordinate system. Hue is a degree of color wheel. Its value lies between 0 to 360 degree, where 0 represents red, 120 represents green, and 240 represents the blue color. Next on is saturation. It takes a percentage value where 100% represents the completely saturated, while 0% represents the completely unsaturated, which is gray. Next on we have is lightness. It takes the percentage value where 100% represents white and 0% represents the black. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, define z-index. And the answer is, z-index is used to specify the stack order of elements that overlap each other. Its default value is 0 and it can take both negative and positive values. The higher z-index value is stacked above the lower index element. It takes the values as auto, number, initial and inherit. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is, what do you understand by a universal selector? And the answer is, the universal selector in CSS is a wildcard selector represented by asterisk. It selects all the elements on the web page, applying style to every element in the document. A universal selector is a selector that matches any element type's name instead of selecting elements of a particular type. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what are the different CSS link states? And the answer is, there are 4 different types of link states in CSS. The first one is the normal one, which is unvisited link. The second one is the visited link, which the user has visited at least one. So the third one is hover. So this becomes a link whenever the mouse hovers over it. So this is the link which the user have just clicked. So all of the links are of different color. Like all of the link will have different color. That means the unvisited link will have purple color. The visited link will be having blue color. The active link will change the color. And the hover link will show the hover effect whenever the mouse hovers over it. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is, can we add an image as a list item marker? So the answer to it is, yes, we can add image as a list item marker in the list. We just need to use the list style image property in CSS. So here is the syntax to it and here is the output. Now let's move on to the VS Code to see how it works. So here we have created one unordered list and inside this unordered list, we have given one background image to make it as a list item marker. So for that we have given the URL to the image and the size and some inline styling. So here we can see that the span tag is used to provide the inline styling. We have created 3 items and we have given the same image URL. So now let's look at the output. So this is the output here. We have created 3 items and here we can see that the image is represented as the list item marker. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question that we have is, how can we give a shadow effect to our text in CSS? And the answer is, to add a shadow to the text, we use text shadow CSS property. This property accepts the comma-separated list of shadows to be applied on the text. The default value of text shadow property is none. Now let us apply it practically on the VS Code. So right here we can see that we have provided one heading and inside this we have used this text shadow CSS property. This is the shadow color that we are going to provide, and along with that we have provided the font family and the text alignment. Again we have done same for the paragraph. Now let's look at the output. So this is the text shadow example and we have provided the text shadow on the board. So this is how, with the use of text shadow CSS property, you can apply the text shadow to any text. So now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, how is cell padding different from cell spacing? And the answer is, cell spacing is a space or a gap between 2 consecutive cells, whereas the cell padding is a space or a gap between the text content of the cell and the edge border of the cell. So right here we can see this is called the cell padding, the space is around the content. And then we can see this is called the cell spacing. Spacing is between the border of the content and the border of the table. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what are CSS counters? So the answer to this question is, the CSS counters are a way to automatically number elements using CSS without relying on HTML or JavaScript. So this is commonly used for ordered list, heading or any repeated elements that needs a consistent numbering. So right here we can see that this is the section 1, section 2 and section 3. Inside it we have 1.1, 1.2, 2.1 and 2.2. So basically CSS counters are used to give this number automatically without depending on HTML and JavaScript. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is keyframes used for? So again we are going to open our VS Code to understand this question. So right here we have just created one box and we have provided some animations to it. So the simple answer to why do we use keyframes is to smoothen our transitions. So right here we can see this 0. So this 0 basically represents the starting point of the animation. Then we have this transform that basically shows the original position of the element. And then we have the background color as red, which means that initially the box will have red color. Then we have this 50 degrees, that means that the animation is at its midpoint. And then on we have this transform that represents the element moves 150 pixels to the right. And then on we have this background color, which means that the background of the element has been changed from red to yellow. And again we have this 100% that marks the end of the animation. And then on we have this transform, which basically means that the element moves 300 pixels to the right. And then again we have this background color. That means the background has been changed from yellow to green. Now let's see the output. So right here we can see the output. The first color was red, then yellow and then green. So this is why the keyframes are used to smoothly apply the animations on the elements. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question we have is, what is the difference between flexbox and grid? And the answer to this question is, the flexbox offers a greater control over alignment and space distribution between the items. Being one-dimensional, flexbox only deals with either columns or rows. Next is grid. Grid has two-dimensional layout capabilities which allows flexible width as a unit of length. This compensates the limitations of flex. So right here we can see that the flexbox is one-dimensional. Either it creates the single row or it creates the single column. While CSS works in 2 dimensions, that means we can create rows as well as columns inside it. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, how can we add 3D transformations to our project using CSS? So now again we are going to move on to our VS Code to answer this question. So right here we can see that I have created one div container, that's it. And then I have applied some 3D transformation onto that div container. First of all, I have used some simple styling, and then I have added one transform property to this. So this transform property is basically used to provide the 3D transformation. And inside this transform, we are going to give rotate X, rotate Y, and rotate Z. And along with that, we are also going to provide the degrees. So again here I have provided one transform, that is after the box hover. So again I have provided the rotate X, rotate Y, and rotate Z, and I have changed the degrees. So whenever you want to make the 3D transformations, the only thing that you need to keep in mind is rotate X, rotate Y, and rotate Z. Now let's look at the output. So here is the output. So right here we can see this box is moving in 3 dimensions, that is X, Y, and Z. So this is the 3D transformation that we have applied. So the only thing we have applied is transform, rotate X, Y, and Z. That's it about the 3D transformation. So now let's move on to our next question. And the next question that we have is, what is media query in CSS? And the answer to this question is, the media query in CSS is a powerful feature used to create responsive web design. It allows you to apply different styles depending on a specific conditions like viewport size, screen resolution, and device orientation. This means you can change the layout or styling of your website to optimize the user experience across the range of devices such as desktop, tablets, and mobile phones. And here is the example of media query. This CSS code is a media query that applies specific style when the screen width is 600 pixels or less. It changes the page background color to light blue and reduces the font size to 14px for better readability and aesthetics on the smaller screen. And it also ensures the responsive design. Now that's it about the media query. Now let's move on to the last question of CSS, which is, what is box model in CSS? And the answer is, CSS box model is a fundamental concept that describes how the elements are structured and how their size and spacing are calculated in web design. Every HTML element on the page is treated as a rectangular box, and the box model defines the component of these boxes. So the first one is content, and after that we have the padding, border, and the margin. So now the content is the actual content of the element like text and the images. The width and the height properties in CSS set the size of this content area. And after that we have this padding. Padding is the space between the content and the border. It provides the internal spacing around the content. And after that we have is border. So border wraps around the padding and the content. You can set width, style, and color of the border. And after border we have this margin. So margin is the outermost space creating the distance between the element's border and other elements of the page. Like padding, margins are also transparent. You can set the margin using margin top, margin right, margin bottom, and margin left.
And with this, we have come to an end to this full course on HTML and CSS. If you enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment on any of your doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. And do look up for more videos and playlists, and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.